Good morning, everyone. I declare this meeting of the Kempsey Shire Council open on this day, the 13th of December 2022. I remind all people attending this meeting that it is being webcast on YouTube with audio and vision. A recording of the meeting is available on the internet and is required to be available for 12 months. Private recordings, including taking photographs by members of the public gallery, are not allowed. This disallowance of recordings, which includes taking photographs, is to maintain the integrity of the meeting's proceedings. All members of the Kempsey Shire community are welcome to attend council meetings to observe. Please refrain from interjecting or undertaking any behaviour that will stop councillors from undertaking their important task of decision making. Please ensure all devices like mobile phones are on silent mode. I'll check mine. Yep, good to know. And on behalf of council, I welcome more people in the public gallery observing live to our internet, live to our meeting today. Councillors in attendance are Councillor Scott Butterfield, Councillor Simon Ferguson, Councillor Alexandra Wyatt, Councillor Kinney Ring, Councillor Arthur Bain, Councillor Dean Saul, and Councillor Anthony Patterson and Deputy Mayor. Council staff in attendance are Mr. Craig Milburn, General Manager, Mr. Michael Jackson, Director of Operations and Planning, Mr. Steve Mitchell, Director Corporate and Commercial, Mr. Daniel Thorogood, Manager Governance and Information Services, Ms. Mel Peterson, Coordinator Governance and Information Services. This is the first meeting after the November adoption of the new Code of Meeting Practice. And on page 4 of our agenda, there's a reminder to all councillors of our oath or affirmation. You may like to read that. And it's the oath or affirmation we took when we became councillors. And on page 5, we also have a reminder of a requirement to declare conflicts of interest. These new parts of our agenda are a requirement of the state government. We will now commence the meeting. And I'm asking Councillor Saul to present the opening prayer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I'll be reciting the Lord's Prayer this morning. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. Today's acknowledgement of country will be presented by myself on Friday the 10th of this month. It has been 30 years since the Redfern speech by the then Prime Minister Paul Keating, and it has a great relevance to the Dunghutti Nation. Were you taking a photograph? Thank you. You're not supposed to. Thank you. You have a question? Okay. Thank you. So I'm going to acknowledge the Dunghutti Nation by reading that part of that speech, the opening part of the speech, which is quite relevant to the advancement of the Dunghutti people in our shire. Mr. Keating said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to be here today at the launch of Australia's celebration of the 1993 International Year of the World's Indigenous People. It will be a year of great significance for Australia. It comes at a time when we have committed ourselves to succeeding in the test, which so far we have always failed. Because, in truth, we cannot confidently say that we have succeeded as we would like to have succeeded if we have not managed to extend opportunity and care, dignity and hope to the Indigenous people of Australia, the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. This is a fundamental test of our social goals and our national will, our ability to say to ourselves and the rest of the world that Australia is a first-rate social democracy, that we are what we should be, truly the land of the fair go and the better chance. The speech goes on for another 7 pages, and I will not be reciting that, but it's a very powerful speech, and if you wish to research it on the internet, you will find that there, that was spoken 30 years ago. I will now go on to the next part, which is acknowledgement of servicemen and women and families, which is again part of our new Code of Meeting Practice. And I invite the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Patterson, to do the acknowledgement.
Thank you. Today, I'd like to say that Council acknowledges servicemen, women and families, past and present, who gave their lives for our country, for all Australians to enjoy the freedoms that we have today, and those servicemen and women who serve our country today to protect those values, and especially remembering today the Australian Police Force who lost members today who serving our country, remembering them and their families and their loved ones, and pay my respect for all those who give their life for service of the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Item 4 on our agenda is apologies and applications for leave of absence. And we have one apology and a request for leave from Councillor Riddington. I'd like someone to move that we accept that. Councillor Ferguson, please. And seconding it, Councillor Butterfield. Anyone wish to speak for or against accepting it? No dissent. I declare it carried. We will now move to item 5, confirmation of minutes. The recommendation is there that the minutes of the ordinary meeting of Kempsey Shire Council dated 15th of November 2022 be confirmed. Moved Councillor Bain. Seconded Councillor Ring. Any debate? Any dissent? I declare it carried. The minutes are confirmed. Now I'll move on to item 6, which is disclosures of interest. The same disclosures that were made yesterday at the public forum. And I presume we'll have the same people. Yes, Councillor Patterson.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realise we had to repeat again, but that's fine. I declare a non-significant interest in item number 10.5, Kempsey Shire Council sign policy, as I have a business in Kempsey.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Mr. General Manager.
Seriously, I declare an interest in item 12.4 in the confidential section, confidential mayoral minute, as it pertains to my performance review. It's a significant pecuniary interest, and I'll leave the chamber while that item is being dealt with.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Are there any other declarations of interest? If there's none, Councillor Bain?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I thought mine was already up there. So yes,
Okay,
I
you
declare a non-pecuniary, non-significant interest in the items related to the Oven Mountain Pumped Hydro project. And as I am an executive member of Save Our Macleay River and was involved in the organisation of a public information session. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. There are no further ones? If not, we move on to item 7, items passed by exception. In the first instance, I'll ask if there are any items that need to be taken out. Councillor Bain?
I would like to remove item 10.6 as I would like to debate that. Thank you.
Yeah, you just don't have to you don't have to give a reason, you just remove it. Thank you. Are there any other items you wish to remove? Councillor White?
12.1, please.
12.1, the legal matters. Thank you. Councillor Patterson?
I'd like to remove 10.5.
Thank you. Any other items?
Am I able to ask a question about
I'm then going to move on to questions on the other items, and then I'll ask for a mover and a seconder for the items to be passed by exception. So are there any other questions on any of the items that are not being withdrawn? This is the time for you to ask. Councillor Bain?
I have a question regarding the joint organisation update. And this is a question that comes from a resident. Has there been a feasibility study undertaken by the Mid-North Coast JO with financial and legal modelling of a community land trust? And I guess that may need to be taken on notice. I'm not sure.
No. Mr. General Manager has an answer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The JO actually has current funding for a study into exactly that in relation to community land trust. That work is currently being undertaken.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Do you have any further?
One more question, just about 10.11, Statement of Cash and Investments. Do we have any idea of how much of our cash and investments is in fossil fuel industries, and have we got a divestment strategy?
Thank you for that question. Mr. Mitchell?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'll take that one on notice, Councillor Bain, but I don't believe that we've got anything that's actually invested in those businesses, largely held in cash. We do have some investments in managed trusts, but I'll provide a response to that subsequent to the meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. No further questions? Any other councillor with a question? Councillor Patterson?
I think I might have to sit in a different spot. I got a question on the local traffic committee minutes, page 3, Belgrave Street, parking associated swimming carnivals. It says not issued, and it was in regards to site inspection to be held with the pool manager and local MP rep. Could I have an update on that, please? Maybe that's through to Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Mr.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll have to get back to you on that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just quickly, the question relates to, is this the matter that I brought up probably 2 years ago with carnival car parking? Thank you. And when it can be actually looked at, because it's not issued there. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. I'd also like to withdraw the Australia Day Awards Committee. Apologise to the staff for not bringing that up earlier. Are there any further questions? Councillor Saul, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, this is in response to Councillor Bain's question. This is a question in response to the question. Councillor Bain asked Council, we divesting from fossil fuels. Mr. Mayor, wouldn't that need a resolution of Council to do that?
Well, until we get the answer, Councillor Saul, from Mr. Mitchell, we don't know if we have any, and therefore we wouldn't need a resolution until we know for sure that we have them. So that's my answer. We need more information, and then Councillor Bain or anyone else could move a motion or notice of motion, but we don't have that information yet. Thanks, Councillor Saul. Any further questions? If not, I'll ask for a mover, please, of the items passed by exception. Councillor Saul. A seconder, Councillor Ferguson. I'll put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is none. That carried. Item 8 is a Mayoral minute, but it's in confidential, and it will be dealt in confidential at the end of this meeting. The first item that we are dealing with is the Australia Day Awards Committee. There's a recommendation there before you, and I need a mover and a seconder.
Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to move that if it's appropriate.
Seconder, please. Councillor Wyatt. Councillor Saul, would you like to speak to the motion, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Mr. Mayor, I want to acknowledge the good work the committee is doing in trying to organise our next Australia Day for January 26, 2023. And also, Mr. Mayor, we need a few more. If your indulgence, please, we can ask for a few more applications for Australia Day Awards. We would be appreciated by the committee and yourself as chair.
Yes, thank you very much, Councillor Saul, and that is precisely the reason I withdrew it. We need more nominations. We have nominations already for positions of Citizen of the Year and Heroes of the Shire. We would like more nominations, and for those people in the public gallery or observing on the internet, if you know of someone in your community that is going to be an outstanding person and worthy of that recognition, it's a very simple thing to go on the council website and to follow through on a nomination. So there's a lot of people in our communities. I see volunteers everywhere, like at the South West Rock Senior Citizens, who do an amazing job, unpaid volunteer work to enhance their community. Please consider nominating someone who's made a vital contribution to our Kempsey Shire community. Is there any further debate? If not, I'll put the motion after I ask Councillor Saul if he has any further words to end up the debate.
Mr. Mayor, just to follow on for your statement, yes, we do need to ensure that we have a cross-representation of the community for the award ceremony. It is important to celebrate Australia Day, and we would like people to come along and be part of the festivities as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. Is there any dissent? They're carried. What's the council? We're on page 15 of the agenda. It's item 10.1, Community Engagement Strategy and Community Participation Plan. I need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Wyatt moving. A seconder. Councillor Ring. Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you. I just note the report there and note that the staff involved in preparing it are online as well. These documents are very extensive documents. I provided about a 14-page submission on this, and I just wanted to publicly thank the team for responding to that. They responded and they made, I'd say, 70 to 80% of the changes. It was also pointed out in that it is a living document, so it can change and be adapted as required. The community, we want good community consultation. We want meaningful, authentic consultation. This is a really good document. What I'm really pleased with what I saw in there was changing some of the recommendations around how consultation is prioritised, which was some input that I provided. I would just want to, can I ask two questions, please? I just will. Okay, the first one is the Micromax survey. When, I presume, Director Mitchell, when is the next one?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, question for Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor White, we intend to undertake the next Micromax survey in the first quarter of next calendar year.
Thank you. And does councillors, do we get involvement in that in terms of, I don't know, looking at what the questions are, or do we just get the feedback once it's done?
Yes, Councillor. Director Mitchell, do you want to answer that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Yeah, what we will do, those surveys, we work closely with the provider, so in this case, Micromax, in terms of designing the questions. Once the survey's been undertaken, we then go through and do a detailed presentation with the councillors so that you get the results and can understand that. In the past, we've had representatives from Micromax at that presentation, so that if there's any questions that the councillors ask, then you get that response, not just from the staff, but also from the experts that do the survey on our behalf.
Thank you. And
Mr. Mayor, can I just add something to that?
Yeah, thank you,
Just
Mr.
in relation
Landowner.
to the vast majority of the questions are standard questions. It allows us to actually benchmark. They do dozens of councils around Australia. So actually having a range of standard questions allows us to actually do really effective benchmarking and see how we're actually performing. There's normally 2 or 3 questions that we look at specifically, and they can be matters that have been raised or broadly. I'm trying to think what we're talking about. What we did in the last one, there was specific other name changes one we did in the last one. So there are some specific ones, but there's normally only 2 or 3 of those.
Okay, thank you. And my second question is around the presentation from Mr. Pearson yesterday, who asked for that opening statement to be put up front in the community engagement strategy. It is actually quite, I do agree with what he said yesterday. It is actually quite, it's just loading. It is quite a long way down there, and it is in the community participation plan under the heading, how can my submission be assessed, or something along those lines. I do tend to agree with Mr. Pearson that it should be a bit more upfront in the documents, but I do acknowledge that the community engagement strategy is not just about how councillors engage with community, that it's the organisation and councillors. I'm just wondering whether General Manager or the directors have any comments about position in the document and whether it can be moved further up into the community engagement strategy rather than the community participation plan.
Mr. General Manager, do you have an answer, please?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly, if the councils wish to move the current wording into another place in one or both of the documents, the community engagement strategy isn't about councillor engagement. It's about organisation working with the community. So I guess it's got that broader context, and hence why those comments are where they are in the document. I would question the wording that's been provided by Mr. Pearson. The cornerstone of open and transparent governance, and by default good community engagement, is that members of the community have equal access to observe councillors. I think there'd be strong debate whether that is the cornerstone, open access. What we do here currently is very similar to what is done in federal and state government. There's a fixed camera and people hear it. Under legislation, we're only required to actually provide an audio of the meeting. So that, that's the intent of the legislation, is to provide that audio. We don't necessarily have to provide the video. So we are a step above what's actually the base requirement of it as well. So that's why it's placed where it is. It's looked at in the context of all that we do. It's looked at in the context of that broader community engagement. The numbers we have who actually use this at the moment, there's 8 concurrent users on there. One of those is that machine itself. I know a couple of them are staff, so there's very few people who are actually watching this video as well. And there's lots of other times people can actually observe councillors in action, not necessarily just in the decision-making process, but certainly in action. They can observe those at any time. So really it's up to the councillors where they want to do that. The staff have put it where it is because we believe that's the appropriate place.
Thank you.
Can I move a motion to something that I've put up?
Well, when you move the motion, You should, if you had an amendment, you should have put it there and then. But if you,
Well, I asked a question, and the answer to my question has
it informed you, yes, so you can adjust it.
Decision.
Yes, you can amend it.
Okay, so I'm proposing an amendment number 4. Is that council says that we give consideration to placing text similar to that there in the community engagement strategy within the introductory section of the plan.
So,
In the I'm asking. So
yeah, I understand, but we need a bit of clarity on what the wording is that you want to be moved.
that's why I give consideration to.
Yep.
Give consideration to amending the community engagement strategy to include the intent of the text provided at the public forum on the 12th of the 12th, 22 for inclusion into the community engagement strategy.
Mr. General Manager, could we get some direction on that if possible?
Just get the wording up. Look, as I said, the councillors can make a decision what they want. I would suggest I'd like to see all the wording, but
So would I.
if you're going to make a decision, you won't want to give consideration to. It'll either be do it or don't do it. So all you're doing is saying consider it. What does that actually mean?
I'm asking for council or team to. Okay, then put it in. Yep, right here.
Yeah.
That's my motion.
Yes,
Put it in. Put it. Not those words though. I take on board what you said about those words.
Thank you. If we get those in, anything further you wish to say on that, Councillor White, before I clarify things about what the councils will be
Can I
deciding?
do that motion?
Yeah, we'll have it up for sure. So here's what would happen. Before we vote on it, someone, if you wanted to maintain items 1, 2 and 3, you would have to foreshadow a motion so that if it was defeated because of item 4, then items 1, 2 and 3 could then be debated again. So
You need a second.
so at the moment, we'll get the wording up first and then I'll ask if there's a foreshadowed motion. Okay.
So, I mean, where it is at the moment is in how will my submission be considered? And it says the foundation stone for transparent community engagement is that members of the community can observe councillors engaging in decision-making process during council meetings. That's under the heading, how will my submission be considered?
Yes.
That is a snapshot of the entire community engagement process that council undertakes. So my motion is to wordsmith those words, because I take on board what you're talking about, the governance, and that to be placed in the community engagement strategy in some of that opening text so that it is a principal statement and rather than just in a document under the heading, how would my submission be considered?
Thank you, Councillor White. We're still waiting on, there's
That'll do, yeah.
place text similar to that suggested by Mr. Pearson. But the text is already in the community engagement strategy, so it's not similar.
But
So you want to go with that or what's already in the document, Councillor White?
I mean, it's interesting that General Manager, you talked about, is the governance in there?
We're finding out what you need as item 4.
So despite what General Manager has said, it's in there. It says a foundation stone of transparent community engagement is that members of the community can observe. So it's already there.
and that's not in disagreement with what I said. What Mr. Pearson has got is the cornerstone, not a cornerstone. It's very, very different. Very different.
If you say so.
Definitely article.
One is the factual thing that is the singular only. The other one is a part of a number of. So the comment, it's very easy for us to actually move the statement that's in the participation plan and bring it up to the front. That's very easy for us to do. If council were happy for us to do that, we can actually make that action probably even without a resolution. We could actually change that wording anyway and bring the current wording up and put it in an earlier part of the participation plan.
Thank you.
And the engagement strategy.
Yep, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. Do we have any further debate on the motion before you? Councillor Stall.
Mr. Mayor, it has a second. It has to have a second.
Was the amendment second, Mr. Mayor?
No, they don't have to anymore.
No, not too relevant. Still up there. So we've already got a second.
Mr. Mayor, I wish to foreshadow.
Councillor Saul.
With your permission, I wish to foreshadow a motion.
Which is?
My motion is, Mr. Mayor, that the original Motion stands, points 1, 2 and 3.
Right, that's all we need to do. We don't need a second for foreshadowing. Thank you very much, Councillor Saul. Are there any further debate on the engagement strategy and participation plan? You can speak for or against. Yes, Councillor Patterson, please.
Just speaking against the number 4 that's been placed there. Just in relation to staff engagement and the qualified staff that conducted the surveys and the community engagement strategies, and place them where that they believed that they were correct, and that by changing this, sorry, my computer's just running. By changing this at a lib is just going against the staff recommendation, when that, you know, the acknowledgement of that, the complete community engagement strategy is, you know, by Councillor White has been given, so and by the rest of the council here, I believe that there's no need to change it.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Any further debate? Councillor Bain, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, I'd like to congratulate the team for putting this massive document together, and Councillor White for the significant work that she put into this. I'm just want to clarify, because it was clarified to me at the briefing yesterday, that this community engagement strategy is for council proposed projects. It's not about our only way of engaging with community. Community can engage with us with community-led issues. This document is only about council deciding on engagement on particular projects. In terms of I welcome the community participation plan, which first point is about transparency and clarity. And I've been working through this transparency and clarity for a little while, with the need to have customer reference numbers when the public raise a concern or have a suggestion. And I didn't understand that if something went through a Snap Send Solve, it didn't automatically get a customer reference number. I didn't understand that if something went through, was emailed to Kempsey, KSC at Kempsey, etc., it didn't get a customer reference number, and that the best way for community to engage is through the website contact form. So those are separate issues to this, but I think in terms of clarity, we need to understand that this is not about responding to community concerns. This is about the council being proactive when it's developing a project. I believe that's correct. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. General Manager.
Yeah, Councillor, Councillor Bain's correct. This is about the work we do from council. That is about decisions council have made and upcoming project strategies, policies, whatever they might be. Community-led events or projects are things that are initiated by members of the community, where they, through various ways, can actually get them on the council agenda, should council need to be involved with that. An example of that is the High Performance Centre at the South West Rocks. It was initiated by the local community out there, and then they asked council to consider that. Council then took a resolution to include that in the future DPOP. So community-led events can be brought into council's attention by members of the community approaching councillors, seeking consideration of those. The councillors can then bring them either at a quarterly budget review or through the development of the delivery program and operational plan at the commencement of each year, to have them included or considered for inclusion in that. Community members can also use petitions. The Code of Meeting Practice allows petitions with over 200 signatures to be presented to council. That's another way that community can actually have something presented to council. They can also obviously write to the council itself, and the staff will give consideration to that. They may communicate with particular groups and see what's involved in that, and then even put that up as an option for some of the works programs in the DPOP, the same as the councillor would as well. But ultimately, it will come down to what decisions the council make about what's actually included.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Are there any further debate? I'll quickly speak in favour of the resolution or motion that's before us. I don't think it's a great change to move text that's already in the document from one place to another. It still maintains the integrity of the document, in my opinion. So I would suggest support, but it's up to you, councillors, whether you want to see the change or not. And that's what will happen when we vote. There's no further debate. I'll be asking Councillor Wyatt to close debate.
So, excuse me.
Councillor Patterson.
Right, I really want to clarify this number 4. If Mr. Pearson,
You're asking a question, yes?
yeah, and the text that Mr. Pearson wants to put in is the.
No, it's not Mr. Pearson. It's Councillor Wyatt wants to put it in. That's his suggestion, though.
It's his text.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's the and not part of.
Yeah.
So does all the other councillors understand that? So
yes, I think I'm pretty sure they do. Any questions from anyone else about that? If not, I'll ask Councillor Wyatt to close debate.
Thank you, Mayor. So yes, I agree with Councillor Patterson, and it is this community consultation part of it is about, for those that read the 80 pages of the documents, it is about strategic planning and the development application proposal process, which for me is the most significant part of that. And the feedback that I got is that is a work in progress. I would also just question that as councillors, I believe our role is a community, it's a civic role, it is a community leadership role. Most of us campaigned on a platform of transparent, open community engagement. I believe our role is to represent the community, to advocate for the community. Sometimes that can be standing beside, standing behind, or standing in front, or giving a voice to those that cannot give a voice to themselves through whatever that is. It's not about one particular opinion. I also believe that if we just take what the staff tells us to do, then we're not doing a good, I will not be doing a good job as a councillor, as if I just take what the staff are doing. And there's absolutely no disrespect to the staff at all. Good informed decision making means collecting the professional experience of the staff, plus our own professions. There's 9 of us here with a variety of professions. We can bring this stuff to the table. We don't have to, and this is good decision making. So I do commend, and I hope that we pass this, we pass this motion. In terms of placing the text at the front of the document, it's a guiding principle to say that councillors are part of that engagement strategy. I don't understand why there is so much contempt around it.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. I'll now put the motion before you, and it's up on the screen. Is there any dissent? There's 4 dissenting votes. 4 in favour. I guess it comes back to decision. On my part, I'll cast my mayoral vote to carry it because it makes sense that it's just words are being moved from one part of the document to the other. And I declare it carried. We now move to 10.2. Which is on page 20, no, page 15. 22. The numbers change for some reason. It's the Southwest Rex Library site selection, outcome of the expression of interest process. The recommendation before us, and I also like the councillors to know that in our gallery at the moment, we've got the president of the Southwest Rocks Senior Citizens and also a key committee member. I welcome both of them here, and they are very interested in our debate today. So I will ask, it's quite clear what's there, someone to move the recommendation and for seconding it. And then I'll ask Mr. Mitchell, could you quickly summarise what we're doing with this process?
The second looks.
Or yes, okay. I think we need as much information as possible. So I'll ask for a mover, please. Councillor Patterson, you moving it?
Yep.
Second.
A seconder, please. Councillor Saul. Right. Councillor Patterson, I'll get you to speak to it in a moment, but first of all, let's ask a brief summary of what we're dealing with here from Mr. Mitchell, if that's possible.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, as you're aware, we had a report come to council earlier this year in relation to South West Rocks Library and Community Centre site selection. An outcome of that was to go to an expression of interest process for the private sector. So that previous report identified a whole number of sites on council owned or Crown land that may have been suitable for a library and community centre. A number of those sites had issues, as you may recall, and that was sort of detailed to some extent within the report that was previously tabled at council. Subsequent to that, we've gone and undertaken an expression of interest process with the private sector to identify those parties who may be interested in constructing a library and community centre on council's behalf. There was 3 responses to that. As outlined in the report, there were 2 responses that met the criteria that we thought were worthy of further investigation. And so the report that you've now got in front of you essentially notes the expression of interest process that was undertaken. It recommends that we undertake further discussion with the owners of the 2 properties that were assessed as being viable options as part of the expression of interest process. And then as a result, we undertake a more detailed feasibility study that looks at 3 properties, but with 4 options. So the 2 privately identified sites, which are listed there, as well as the existing library site with 2 options to be looked at as part of that feasibility analysis, one being that council essentially develops the site itself, and an alternative to that, which is essentially a sale and leaseback, where council would sell that parcel of land to a developer. The developer would construct the library and community centre, and council would lease that back. So this is a report that's essentially come back to council to provide an update. What we're trying to achieve here is bring councillors and the community along on the journey as we progress this important project. And so it provides an update of where we're at now, and I guess a clear direction as to what the next steps are, which will be, as I said, that detailed feasibility study that we do across those 3 properties with 4 options, and that would come back to council at a future meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell, for that extensive background. We're all done. Thank you. Councillor Patterson, would you like to speak to the motion now, please?
Yes, thank you. The community library at South West Rocks has been a long-term issue for council. I think we're heading down a very good direction with looking at our feasibility studies on different sites. And I will ask this through you, the General Manager, through the Mayor, whether it's feasible to add a point E in section 3 that the council also includes the other existing blocks that we own in that vicinity, because we also own, was it 18, 20, 22? Is that correct?
Just checking here with Councillor Patterson.
Sure.
I think we've already considered that in a previous motion, and that's why we went to this process. Am I correct there? We've already considered the other blocks?
But it's undertake high feasibility incorporation, a whole of life cost assessment, assessing the following short-listed projects. I know they're short-listed.
Yeah, okay.
But, well, maybe could I have a comment of how those others...
We'll get some advice first, if you're okay with that, Councillor Patterson, and then we may or may not you might not decide to have E in there. Who would like to be? Right, Mr. General Manager, please, could you give us some advice on whether we need an E point?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, while we specifically state 18 Landsborough Street, council owns 18, 20 and 22, part of that assessment would be for us to consider probably each of those sites As we look at the library on a particular site, if there wasn't quite enough room, there wasn't room for traffic movements into that, then we'd look at the other sites as well. So we probably don't need it. We may be able to just change 18 to the Landsborough Street sites. And so drop out 18 and just put Landsborough Street sites.
Sites, S-I-T.
As long as that would encapsulate that, yep.
You
Yeah.
accept that, Councillor?
Yeah. What, as we previously discussed, these sites are very, very valuable for the long-term benefit of the community. As we all know, council has a significant financial sustainability issue still. All these sites are zoned commercial, while a couple of them are currently used as car parking. They're actually zoned commercial. Council has a very strong possibility of actually developing these themselves to secure long-term, ongoing, regular income to the community if they develop them appropriately. So while considering this for the library site, we will be also ensuring we keep that consideration at the forefront of our mind so we don't compromise the long-term potential income and therefore downward pressure on rates for the residents by developing the library, by not taking all of these sites to actually do that.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Councillor Patterson, you've seen the changes as put up in A and B. You're happy with that?
Yes, I am, and it's good that it's noted. That I don't think a lot of the residents of the Kempsey Shire would understand that council do own those properties we just spoke about. So I don't know if it's semantics or not, but it'd be good if those numbers were included in that. Because when you say Landsborough sites, well, I don't really know whether the rest of the community knows those sites, because I, for one, didn't know about one of them.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. We don't.
So just continuing.
Yeah, please.
Yes. We spoke about last night, the struggles that the South West Rock community is having with the possibility of, the more likelihood of it being landlocked because of the availability of land and the demographics of the community. So this is a fantastic, I believe, fantastic recommendation to look at all those avenues and look for the best return for the ratepayers of the whole of the Macleay and the community of South West Rocks.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Any further debate? Councillor Bain.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I would like to firstly acknowledge that I understand that the idea of that feasibility study across a range of options. I'm interested in what the cost of that might be, but that's for another time. I have a concern. I'd like to express a concern re privatisation of public assets. I feel like my Scottish ancestry says to me that you never sell any land. Like once you get it, once you acquire it or you have it, you don't sell it. And I'd also like to refer to the State Public Library criteria for location of public libraries. Some of the and I also take on board what the General Manager said yesterday, that none of these sites are perfect, but I'd like to just draw people's attention to the importance of access to the public library, and within, I think the criteria is within 500 metres of public transport, that shopping area locations are preferred, and the availability of parking. All of those to me would indicate that the Landsborough Street site is preferable. I also believe there's a time-sensitive issue, and I'd be interested perhaps to know as a question what sort of time frame these feasibility studies would take, because right at the moment with a state government election coming up, we've got a really good opportunity for the public to be lobbying candidates to say, well, if we've got a site, let's get some funding. The state government has decided that there's major development at South West Rocks, that's going to be the growth area. State government identified that. So if they're going to identify and insist that that's where our development goes, then they should be stepping up and saying, well, we've got to provide community infrastructure to make that a viable choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Further debate? I'd like to make the comment. There's a very historical point that we should all remember. And it's quite an opportunity to say this with our representatives of the South West Rocks Senior Citizens Club here in the public gallery, in that 1984, quite a few years ago, was the first time they wrote to council asking for a community hub or community hall for meetings for their organisation. They have had to, over that time, meet at a whole lot of different locations, and sometimes those locations are not available and they couldn't carry on their functions. The South West Rocks community, as we are all aware, has a large proportion of senior citizens who now live there, have moved there, and they would like to continue to undertake the good works of community participation that their organisation provides for the senior citizens of the area. So this it could be seen as urgent, but we've got to get it right as council, and this proposal before us is looking for the best site and it's moving the whole process forward, and hopefully we will have the community come with us on making sure that this is a best decision on siting and funding of a senior citizens and library community hub. Notice I've moved the importance of it to the fact that we've got to look after the people in our community. So I support the motion as put forward.
Mr.
Councillor Saul, you wish to speak?
Yes, you've actually got me thinking, Mr. Mayor. Many years ago, before you were mayor and a councillor, I believe, council at the time discussed this issue. There was a suggestion that the Landslip Street site be used. The suggestion was that it be built as apartments, underneath having a library and shops for economic activity. What I believe, from my recollection, so it's only from my thoughts, that while there was a goer there, the height restriction squashed that idea. There was many complaints from residents we don't want it any more than 3 stories, and in doing so, the developer at the time decided to pull the pin, and here we are today still talking about it after all those years. So that was a problem. The height restriction squashed that potential application back at that time. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. Is there any further debate from councillors? If not, I will ask Councillor Patterson to close debate, please.
Just something that just brings to the attention of the community, I suppose, for South West Rocks is the requirement for parking in that business district, and also parking for the community hub / library / community hub, whichever way we want to talk about it. And, you know, being a born and bred in the Kempsey Shire and seeing the issues that South West Rocks goes through with parking in their business district, that's the reason why I'd like to include those other sites, that the possibility of parking underneath shops, parking underneath development, etc. And you know, it's already proven at South West Rocks there is underground parking in buildings at South West Rocks already. So yeah, I commend this to my fellow councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. I'll put the motion before you. Is there any dissent? There's 1 dissent. I declare it carried. We now move on to a playing field issue, and the new multi-purpose sporting pavilion is item 10.3 and it's on page 25. So it's 10.3, multi-purpose sporting pavilion, Austral Street, Kempsey. And the purpose of this motion is to determine the development application for this facility to go ahead. The recommendation is there before you. What's wrong? I'll miss something, I'm sorry. Councillor Patterson.
Yeah, like that.
You'll move it?
Move it. Thank you. Thank you.
We need a seconder, please. Councillor Bain, working as a team. Thank you. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Patterson?
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Bain. This has been a long-term project that, being part of council for more than 12 years, that I've been involved with in trying to secure some funding and some future for the Macleay for sporting events, sporting facilities. After spending 9 years of my life travelling up and down the highway to Newcastle to take my children to soccer that was conducted in proper, decent sporting facilities that we did not have. And now we have, you know, the most turf wickets. We have we're going to have the best sporting centre, you know, for cricket, soccer, etc. in the area. You know, our children, our families won't have to travel away from the Macleays anymore, like they have been to gain benefits in the abilities for their children, their families to grow in the sporting community. This is just fantastic. I still remember the day we were sitting in the council office and Melinda Pavey announced that we had a $10 million grant from the government, and I really thank her once again for doing that, and I commend this to to my fellow councillors, because this is a great step forward as part of this $10 million plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Any debate or questions? Councillor Ring, followed by Councillor Wyatt.
No, I don't. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to speak for the motion. Can I do that? Or wait, I can do it now. I would just like to speak for this motion. As many people know, including staff, I'm very passionate about sport and the running track especially. And just lately, so many young people in our community have been playing sport at a representative level, and it's so exciting to see something like this happen and potentially bring representative sport actually being played and happening on a wider scale to our community. So I really commend the staff and council on developing this work, and I really look forward to the outcome.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Councillor Wyatt.
Yeah, thank you for that. I just want to ask a procedural question. Who's the proponent? Like, you just maybe to Director Jackson, or to you, to Mayor. Yep. Can you just outline the planning approval process? So who's the proponent, who's the approver, and who's the regulator in terms of enforcing those conditions? So just a brief outline of the planning, development and approval process for this project, please.
Thank you. Director?
Yep. Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. The proponent is council. The approvers are council. It is noted that in the report that we don't require determination by the Northern Regional Planning Panel. We are the consent authority. The assessment has been undertaken by a consultant planner, an independent assessment, to avoid conflicts of interest. And yeah, council is, sorry, so what were the questions? Council is the proponent. Council here is the approval, has got the consent authority on that. And council officers and the under the conditions of consent and construction certificates, etc., will be administered through council.
Thank you. Councillor Watt, no further question? No. Councillor Bain?
I'd like to speak in favour of the proposal and just congratulate the work done on the flood impact study, because we've got to be aware of those future weather events. And yeah, I commend the work that's been done on it and commend it to my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Any further debate? I'd like to ask a question of the General Manager. This funding that Councillor Patterson talked about was the whole deal that's already mostly done, and the Pavillion is the second last point of what's happening. What's the next step to absolutely complete the grant funding implementation?
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, following, should council adopt this, we'll then be able to go to tender. The current budgeting is based on obviously qualified quantity surveyors. Going to the market will tell us what the real life costs are. There is still the Netball Court Pavillion to still be completed as part of that. And in the larger area of that Verge Eden Street complex, we've just started undertaking the master plan for what we call Verge 1, which is main stadium where the grandstand that currently is totally fenced off. That is not part of this funding, but getting the master plan in place allows us to look at options to have that upgraded for the future as well.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Any further comments, questions, debate? If not, I'll go back to the mover. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you. Just another point I'd like to mention is the ability of council and council staff to work with an area that is flood prone, very much so, and to actually develop that area with assets that are very sturdy and will prove to be long term, with a great output for the outcome for the community. The one thing that's been, I believe, lacking in council for many years is the ability for us to build structures that are not sustainable to flood damage as much as normal, like build particular types that will easily be cleaned out when it's flooded, because there's been some great projects out at Tamworth and Gunnedah and other places that have large floodplains where they utilise those flood areas for community use. And this is just a fabulous project, and I congratulate council again for putting this together and showing that even though our majority of our commercial centre of Kempsey and sporting fields, etc., the majority of those are a floodway, that we can develop and we can do something with that for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. I'll put the motion there before you. Is there any dissent? No dissent. I declare it carried unanimously. We may now move to the next item on the agenda, which is the signage strategy and policy on page 30. Oh, it's 10.5. And the purpose is to inform council on the development of a signage strategy, press policy and supporting documentation. Proposal we adopt the policy that's there as an attachment to this recommendation. So do I have a person who wishes to move it? Yes, Councillor Bain. We need a seconder. Councillor Ring. Councillor Bain, would you like to speak to it, please?
Morning, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I was. There's been a really comprehensive briefing to councillors on this, community and stakeholder engagement, as outlined on page 30. There's been a comprehensive methodology and timelines. I've been contacted by quite a number of residents that are concerned about signage, and I've referred them to this, that we are developing a new signage strategy. And I think part of that, working together with other stakeholders, for example, national parks, fisheries, and so on, is a really positive step forward in getting some of that signage clear, not doubling up, and really that real need for an upgrade, because some of our signage is quite deteriorated. So I would commend this strategy to my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Do we have any further speakers or questions? Councillor Patterson.
Thank you. Just this question may go through to the general manager, through the mayor. Could you give me a acknowledgement or your words about does this signage strategy cover the usage of trailers and fixed items that are going to be used for on-road reserve, like registered trailers that are going to be used for advertisement?
Councillor, thank you, Councillor Patterson. Mr. General Manager, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, my understanding, no, it doesn't. They're actually dealt with through other relevant legislation, whether they relate to our development control plans, whether they relate to parking of vehicles on public spaces and those sorts of areas. So this really is to address the actual signs we see, whether they're entrance signs, whether they're street signs, signs to particular facilities and those sorts of things, signs on our park. So it's specifically around that. Those other signs, some are legal, some are illegal, are dealt with through the other legislation we have available to us.
And just a further comment, if I may.
Councillor Patterson, yes.
Ask for you, just about the commercial signs and industrial signage on introduction to the various industrial estates that we have, about what legislation and what guidelines, and also what movement have we got in that area? Is it just a set strategy or regulation, or is that something that can be developed?
Thank you. Mr. General Manager.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. The industrial signage is dealt with through our DCP. So it's not actually dealt with through this strategy. It's certainly an area that needs further looking at, and depending on the nature of the industrial area, what the nature of the signage can be. There's the possibility, in this day and age of at the entrance to industrial estates where traditionally you've had, all these businesses listed, that those signs end up getting old and tired. You could actually do that digitally, those sorts of things, but this strategy doesn't deal with that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. General Manager, could you outline the implementation of the strategy going forward? And I'd remind you very quickly, one part of the report tells us about the signs being in the wrong spot, like the one at the Crescent Head Tavern roundabout, where the sign directing people to the caravan park is on the far side of the roundabout and not before the roundabout. So how do we plan to fund and implement the strategy, please?
Through Mr. Mayor, the strategy, should it be adopted, there's $50,000 in the current budget. That will be looking at the high priority short-term issues that have been raised in the strategy. Any future implementation beyond that, Council will need to allocate resources in future budgets, so through the delivery program operational plan process. So Council will need to do that. The strategy does have some broad timeframes and dollars associated with it, so Council can give consideration to those as it formulates the budget year on year.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Councillor Patterson, you're speaking for or against it. You cannot ask a question. So
I can't ask any more questions.
No, you could kind of intimate it too, but you have to speak for or against. You've already asked a question.
Okay.
Oh, no, sorry, I apologise. You may ask another question, yes. Yeah, there's no limit on questions. There's a limit on speaking for or against.
2 questions.
Thank you.
2 questions.
I apologise.
This sign strategy, this is through to you, the General Manager, through the Mayor, if possible again. This sign strategy, does it cover RMS signs?
Thank you, Mr. General Manager.
No.
Okay. Also, the sign strategy, does it have a maintenance plan? Cutting down bushes that hang over signs that people can't see, etc.
This strategy doesn't go into that level of detail. Our asset management plans go into a higher level of detail of the maintenance of those. While having said that, I will put a precursor that with limited resources, there is limited ability to get out and cut trees away and things like that from some of our signage, or to clean them on a regular basis and things like that, because we simply do not have the resources to keep them in that standard at all times.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Is there any further debate, questions? If not, I'll come back to the mover, and he doesn't wish to speak. We will now put the motion. Is there any dissent for the motion before us? No dissent. I declare it carried unanimously. We now move to 10.6, disposal of surplus land, council land at the old Temagog Rural Fire Service site. It's on page 34. Do we have a mover, please? Councillor Saul. We have a seconder. Councillor Patterson. Councillor Saul, would you like to speak to it, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, the report in front of us here is about disposal of the site. The staff have recommended it be disposed of as it's no longer required under RFS conditions. It's fairly straightforward. And if that sale of this property can be used, well, let's hope it goes back into our roadworks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for that last comment, Councillor Saul. Do we have, yes, another speaker, Councillor Patterson?
Question.
Yes, please.
I noticed that this is about sale of council unused land. Could I also ask this question through to maybe Director Jackson? Is there a change in council policy on sale of unused council land, as there is quite a bit of unused council land?
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Mr. General Manager will probably have a more detailed idea on this. Thank you.
Through Mr. Mayor, no, there's no change in council's position in relation to the sale of unused council land. We look for land, and if it is of no strategic value to council, then we would look at disposing it. Council doesn't have a lot of land in that regard. They disposed of a lot of land probably 10 years ago and went through a process of disposal of a lot of land at that point. What we are very conscious of, as we indicated before when we were talking about the other sites at South West Rocks, is that if they are strategically valuable to council, we do not want to dispose them. We may not be able to act on them immediately, but over the course of time, you do not want to dispose of strategically important land to council.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Yes.
This relates to this. Is there any way that we could get a list of surplus council land as councillors?
Councillor, thank you for your question. It possibly needs a motion for that to happen, but Mr. General Manager?
Through Mr. Mayor, look, we can. I don't think it'd be that hard to draw that out of our asset register. My question back to the council would be, for what purpose?
I understand what value the assets are that we have at our disposal, possibly to fund other issues, because we are heading into an area where we may be needing a possible rate rise, and we would, well, as a council, I'd like to know, what sort of land have we got that we can utilise that isn't being used to offset council rate rises for our community? That would be the reason.
Mr. General Manager?
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor. Part of the workshops we'll be conducting with the councillors as we move forward in relation to our financial sustainability, we'll be looking at what options are there for the disposal of assets. Disposal of assets in relation to rate relief is very, very short term. We may sell a property, and I'll just use really easy examples. We may sell a property for $250,000. That'll give us 1% rate relief for 1 year only. So the sale of assets do very, very little to the long-term financial sustainability of an organisation. They are a factor that need to be considered. Where there's greater value is if you've got an asset that you can turn that into an income stream, hence why we're talking about Landsborough Street.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson again.
Just bring this up because I know of lots of parcels of land where council owns them, the community maintains them, and the community has approached council to purchase them, and then they're not allowed to. So I think that the community for disposal of land, that's why I would like a register, and I don't know if I need to put a amendment into this, even though it's speaking, but the heading of this is disposal of surplus council land, even though it's stating Temagog. I'm just wondering if I put a 0.4, we have a list of
Well, Councillor Patterson, I disallow that as a motion, but if you want to do a notice of motion for the next council meeting, that would be fine, but we're dealing with one particular sale at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor, Mr. General Manager?
Yeah, I would just add, while there's the ability to do that, the other thing that council needs to be very aware of is that all council-owned land is placed in one of two categories. They're either community land or operational land. The only land we're able to actually sell is operational land, which is a very, very small percentage of the land we own. If it's community land, we are not able to sell that without going through a very extensive process to have that reclassified, which needs the minister's approval. And if it is currently community land, it is very, very difficult to get that reclassified as operational land and therefore be able to sell it. So when we get to the SRV or the financial sustainability discussion next year with councillors, we'll be able to outline that and what possible assets you have got that may be able to be disposed of at that point.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Councillor Patterson, I'll come to you again in a moment, but Councillor White has had a light on for a while, so could we hear Councillor White and then back to you?
Yeah.
Just a couple of questions. I'm just having a look on 6 maps of this property. So it says there that it will cost around about $1,700 plus 3. Can you hear me? Plus 3% of the value of the sale. That's how much it will cost, and it will save council about $1,500. And the property is 223 square meters, and on the map it's pretty tiny. What do you think the value would be?
Interesting question, but I'm sure that we'll get the right answer, but we can't prejudice the sale. But yes, Councillor, Mr. General Manager.
Thousands, hundreds, millions?
We won't make any public comment about the valuation.
Okay, so I mean, it just looks, and it's attached to 2 rural properties beside it. It just looks like a very interesting position, interesting sale. What's the zoning of the land? The zoning of that lot? Did it say that?
Mr. Mayor, my understanding is it's actually in a rural zone. It's the property's semi-remote. It has very limited uses. It's got a shed on it that could be used for farm machinery storage or things like that. And it does have those 2 adjoining owners who are most likely the people who are going to be interested in this. It's got limited access. It has no building rights on it, so you can't put a dwelling on it, that sort of thing. So it's got very limited use. And certainly it's not something that we need in terms of ongoing maintenance and asset protection.
And so that leads to my other question. So council owns that infrastructure as well?
That's correct.
Thank you, Councillor White. Back to you, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you. Just in relation to the question that Councillor White just asked, is that operational land or community land?
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. General Manager.
It has to be operational.
Okay, so do we rate, that's another question, sorry, in relation to the surplus land, this one. Do we rate land purchased by council from houses that have been flooded and now the land is vacant? Is that community or operational?
Mr. General Manager,
the question's irrelevant to the topic before council, and I'm not sure of the meaning of it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Yes, Ms. Councillor Baines.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, it brings a bit of a question of community engagement because, not to do with our community engagement strategy, but to our relationship with community. Because when I saw this on the minutes, I immediately thought of the Temagog Ratepayers Association, Residents and Ratepayers Association, who I believe regularly mow down, they call it locally known as Temagog Park, down by the river. They do weeding and some riparian and planting, all as volunteers. They don't have anywhere to store their equipment. They don't have anywhere to meet. And when I rang one of them and said, look, what do you think about this? And they thought it would be really, really a good opportunity for them to have somewhere to store their equipment and to hold meetings. So possibly what I'm suggesting is that there is a community use for this, and in terms of maybe selling the property to fix some of the roads, I'm not sure about. Again, we're talking about a quantum of what are we going to do, 100 metres of road or something. So they've been, and Temagog Park is one of the few places where there is public access to the river. So I would suggest that maybe we could defer this proposal and look at engaging with the community at Temagog and seeing if there is a community use. And then, thank you, Mr. General Manager, because I didn't realise that differentiation between community and operational land. I might foreshadow possibly putting a notice of motion in the future to transfer that to community land or investigate that process to how to change something from operational to community land. But what I'm saying is I think this motion before us should be deferred pending some community consultation about what potential uses there could be for that site.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. I presume you're moving a procedural motion at this time that it be deferred.
As opposed to just dissenting from it, yes, I would like to move a procedural motion that this be deferred pending community consultation.
Mr. General Manager, some advice, please.
Just in terms of it being a procedural motion, yes, you could actually vote on that and make that determination. In considering whether you do or do not vote on that, this has been sitting there for many, many years unused. The community group that Councillor Bain's talking about could have approached council and has not done so in any way. There is also a very good rural fire service shed up there that one of the things we prefer to see happening in terms of maintaining or downward pressure on rates is where we can have people sharing resources. I'm not sure what discussions they've had with the Temagog RFS about being able to share some of the resources there so that we don't end up with a building like this that needs significant maintenance where it is at the moment, to bring it up to a standard to be kept on council's books and the ongoing maintenance and outgoing costs associated with it, when in fact we could actually take it off the books and save the ratepayers those funds.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. I presume we've already heard that you've made a procedural motion and you've spoken to it. We need a seconder for it to be deferred until further consideration with the community. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Wyatt seconds it. Is there any debate on the procedural motion, or does it go straight through? Okay, we have to vote straight away on the procedural motion. So, to be clear, the procedural motion is we defer consideration of this until an investigation is undertaken on whether the buildings could be used as community land and the procedures or the effect of having to change it from operational community land. So that's the meaning of the procedural motion.
Mr. Mayor,
and I will now put the motion. We cannot speak on it.
Ask questions first.
No, the procedural motion has to go straight through.
No questions.
No questions.
Okay.
So that's the procedural motion. That'll be deferred. Do we have any dissent? That's 3 against. Councillor Wing, you're voting against it. That's 4 against it. Thank you. I have a casting vote again. You're very kind, councillors. You've got 4 all. Well, I will. Yes, I will go with the idea that we involve the community and make take them along with us on our decision. So it's the motion to defer consideration has been passed. Thank you.
Can I ask a question about that?
Councillor Patterson, you may ask a question.
Yeah. Just noting that, and this question through to you is that I understand that there's an automatic claim, I believe, from Lands Council on any council operational land that gets transferred.
Mr. General Manager?
Mr. Mayor, no, that's not the case. It has to be Crown land. If it's just council owned, there's no automatic land claim on them.
Thank you. We now move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the Well, I have moved on, but yes, we'll come back to your. We like questions. Yeah, you have a question, Councillor White. I missed it. I apologise.
Is there a requirement, unlike to advertise as a public notice, that council-owned land will be disposed of through a gazettal notice? So does it go in a public notice?
Mr. General Manager.
When council makes a decision that it is to sell some land, then it is notified, and there are public notices placed in the newspaper as well. So yeah, it's public.
Similar process to disposal of Crown lands.
Yeah, disposal of land, not Crown lands, because we can't dispose of Crown lands. Yeah,
I'm saying similar process to that.
Yeah. So we need to do that. And just say on this, with council making that decision, from a staff point of view, we will need to look at how we resource that. I wouldn't expect any action on that probably for 6, 8, 12 months at least, because we just simply don't have the resources to do that at the moment.
Yep. Thank you. We're moving on to the next item on the agenda, which is the reports from councillors, and it's 11.1, Delegates Report, Bushfire Management Committee. And it's by Councillor Bain. And the recommendation is before you that council receives and notes the report. Councillor Bain, you're moving it.
Thank you.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Ring. Councillor Bain, do you wish to speak to your report?
Just that Councillor Ferguson and I attended the Bushfire Management Committee. Some of the key points, the partnership coming out from the Black Summer bushfires, partnerships between RFS and landowners are being strengthened through the introduction of farm fire units. There was some questions about getting fire permits, and one of the solutions that came up at the Bellbrook Farm Fire Units meeting was that if farmers and land managers want to take advantage of opportunities to burn, which they absolutely do, is that to get rolling permits, so that before your current permit expires, to get another one, you can inform your neighbours you're going to be burning over the next couple of months. And farmers, RFS working together. Some of the agency reports that there is extreme problems within national parks and state forests in access for tracks. So warning was given basically to the RFS to not go onto state forests or national parks property without staff there to guide them, because they know the roads very, very well. Interestingly, Forestry Corp has now got foam on all of their fire units, and the RFS has initiated hotspots and cultural burning programs, and council was mentioned as being supported in community engagement strategies, particularly the Get Ready weekend, and working with the RFS to update signage for the new fire danger ratings, which I believe, due to supply chain issues, the new digital signs are not yet operational. I would happy to answer any questions and request that my colleagues support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Does anyone wish to speak for, against, or have a question? Councillor White.
I have a question. Thanks for that. And thank you for the both councillors for attending those meetings. I think it's really important that council will be at the table, especially both of you with your experience in that space. Is there an opportunity for councillors to provide information into that, or to ask questions of that committee for you to take to that committee?
I believe there would be. As a chair, it would be difficult for me, but if Councillor Ferguson's also attending, it would be entirely appropriate, and council are also represented by staff there, so either of those avenues, but probably through Councillor Ferguson, that would be entirely appropriate.
Thank you. Councillor White, further question?
Could we have like an outline of when the meetings are, and do you get an agenda beforehand, and is that available for us to have a look at as well?
Yeah. Yes.
That's a yes. Thank you.
So can that just be noted that either Councillor Bain and Councillor Ferguson just provide us with a schedule of the meetings for the next 12 months or 6 months?
I can.
And send us an agenda.
I will commit to sending out agendas, and I'm not sure if the plan, the schedule is for the 12 months, but when it comes out, I'll share it.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Councillor Patterson.
And, thank you. Just a question through to Councillor Bain, if that's all right.
Yes.
Just in relation to burning off through the off season, have you found, you were saying about getting certificates or something has been a little bit of an issue. Have you found that there's any issue with gaining those permits to do those that say wintertime burning, which would be beneficial for the summer?
When it's not permit season, it's a very, very simple process of informing your neighbours, and also the RFS notification line. So that will give you 3 weeks to do any burning that you choose to. And again, you can renew that before the 3 weeks is up. The advantage of doing that, they absolutely need to inform neighbours. And the advantage of doing that is that your neighbours are aware that you're burning and may well decide that they want to cooperatively burn. So, it's a great idea when neighbours work together to put in fire as a land management tool. But also, if the RFS gets a call out, they can say, no, we're aware that there's burning going on there. So, sometimes people drive past and they see smoke, and particularly after the, black summer, people are quite tense. So, it just saves the RFS getting called out when it's not necessary. The issue around permits that came up too was, once again, our region put in early permits when really the weather didn't justify it, but it's just been done as a matter of course. And because our neighbouring areas brought in their fire permit season early, we did as well. There was significant discussion around that and looking at assessing that in future so that permit season more accurately reflects the fire danger period.
Yeah, so just continuing on, the combination of national parks and state forests, are they working together?
Absolutely, and the development of the bushfire risk management plan is well underway. The ignition management zones have been adjusted. The initial idea was to make them quite large areas to allow for flexibility, but then the problem was that they may well create unrealistic expectations when they're put on public exhibition, because people will believe that all of that area can be done. I think the intention of state forests and national state forests, particularly with those ignition management zones, was to allow them the flexibility to use the appropriate weather conditions, but it was felt that the areas were too large and that they may create false expectations in the community.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Councillor Butterfield, do you have a question or a debate point?
Yeah, this is just for Councillor Bain. Just here, as a cultural burning program in the district, can you just explain what that is and how often they do this?
Thank you, Councillor Bain.
The Rural Fire Services has a program called Hotspots, where they work together with Indigenous communities and farmers. The underlying concept behind cultural burning is to burn, to put in cool fires, so fires that don't char the landscape and that enable moisture retention in the soil. So very low intensity fires, but a bit more regularly than so burning more regularly but with less intensity, and that decreases the hazards for future wildfire, but it also encourages development of encourages biodiversity, and pretty much what the one of the guidelines is that you're looking for, if you're getting black smoke and white ash, that's a terribly hot burn that damages the country, whereas if you're looking at white smoke and black ash, you've got keeping carbon in the soil, and you're actually encouraging biodiversity. So that's cultural burning in a very, very, very tiny nutshell. There's a lot. It goes a lot deeper than that. There's a lot of cultural activity that goes on around community and engagement between Indigenous, non-Indigenous land managers.
So,
Thank you.
so with that, sorry.
Councillor Butterfield, you have another question?
Yeah, just so with that in mind, would that be something you look to promote other than cultural burning? To promote that more often, be doing the burning more often rather than spreading it out as some people do?
You asking for my personal opinion?
Yeah, no, I'm just sort of saying, was it something you'd
Yeah,
promote?
I would promote cultural burning.
Thank you. Councillor White?
Yeah, I would agree with that as well. Actually, I have something. Sorry.
Microphone a bit
Oh,
close, thank you.
I have something that I would like you to actually take to the Bushfire Committee and put on the agenda. I mean, I've been involved in emergency fire management for a very long time as an incident controller, deputy incident controller, strategic planner, and those positions, as well as being out there on the ground. The fire season that we saw in 2019, 2020 was horrendous. My concern is that there is no preparation for east of the highway. That is more volatile on the east of the highway because of the nature of the vegetation and also the coastal influence of the breezes there. Can you, and you know, back in the day, we used to have this program called Community Fire Guard, where RFS and land managers would go out and help people prepare their properties. I noticed in your report too that the RFS has sort of put on these bushfire crews to help people prepare their properties. I also think that when there is a lot of lessons that we can learn from the people upriver in terms of communication, preparedness, how they network together, what were their triggers, all those kind of things that we know are important in fire management. So can you take to that committee, what can there be a community education or preparedness program to help the eastern side of the highway prepare for fire based on the lessons learnt or an after action review from the Karai fire? And I can thrash that out with you a bit more, but I'm sure you understand my intent.
Councillor Bain?
Yep, absolutely, and that's the bushfire risk management plan is focused on those coastal communities east of the highway. But yeah, happy to talk offline about that.
More so about helping the people, not in terms of what's being done on the ground. But yes, thank you.
Thank you. There's no further questions or debate. I'll ask Councillor Bain to close it, and then we'll go to morning tea. There's no debate, so or further debate at all. I will put the motion before you. The council receives and notes the report. Is there any dissent? There isn't. Declare it carried. And I adjourn the meeting until 11:05. Thank you, everyone, for joining us again for the second part of our council meeting on this day. Before we go to the normal agenda, I'll be moving a mayoral minute straight away. And the mayoral minute is to change the date of the February council from the 21st to the 14th. And I will be speaking to that. And magically up on the screen is the resolution or the recommendation from me. But it's a recommendation at the moment until I move it, but I will be moving that, so it now becomes a motion that council reschedule the ordinary meeting of council scheduled for the 21st of February 2023 to 14th of February 2023, Valentine's Day, thank you, due to a conflict with a country mayor's event planned for the 21st of February 2023. Because it's a mayoral minute, but I don't need a seconder, I will speak to it. At 10:26 a.m. this morning, we had an email from the Country Mayors Association calling on this urgent meeting and meeting the leaders for the March election. And it's very important that the country mayors can put forward the needs of councils in country areas and regional areas to the people who are standing for election and bring forward our issues. By changing the date to the 14th, it will mean that any questions with notice or notice of motion will have to be in a week earlier. But that is the mayoral minute motion. Is there any debate? Councillor Wyatt.
Just a question, actually. Would Mr. Thorogood be able to provide a list of, you mentioned that we would have to bring forward the notice of motion
Question of notice,
week
yes.
forward. Would you be able to provide a table like you did last year for all of that? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, thank you.
I can provide a table of due dates. When the minutes go out to, the due date for the following meeting is always included at the top of that email as well.
Thank you, Mr. Thorogood. Any further questions? Councillor Patterson.
That's Deputy Mayor Patterson.
We're well aware of your role. Thank you, Mr. Councillor Patterson.
I was just wondering why you wouldn't give a person like myself time to actually be in that position and run the meeting just while you weren't here, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Councillor Patterson. The General Manager and I will both be attending. So it's very important that we're there, and we would also like to be here to hear your very important questions and debate on the agenda for the February Council meeting. We don't want to miss it. Thank you very much. Any further questions? If there's no further questions, I will speak to motion and say I wish you would support it so we can importantly as certain people start being accommodation and such, which will be happening straight after this motion. But thank you very much. I would like you all to support it. Is there any dissent on changing the council date to the meeting date to the 14th of February? If not, I declare it carried. Thank you very much. We now move on to notice of motion 11.2, Oven Mountain Pumped Hydro Project Community Consultation. The recommendation is there from Councillor Wyatt. I presume you would like to move it, and I'll then have a second and then you can speak to it. So do we have a seconder? Councillor Ring. Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you. I would like to speak to it. I would firstly like to say that I'm very grateful to Mr. Mellor for the Oven Mountain project who travelled up from Sydney to speak to us yesterday. I'm really glad that the two motions that I presented resonated with the team and also with council as well. So I thought his presentation was very good and very thorough. I also thank General Manager for the comments that you've put there as well. the reason that I put it up was that the first community meeting that I went to at the RSL was over 100 people. I think you were there. Mayor was there. It was frankly terrible. And I've been involved in community consultation for many, many years. And to me, that was 101 of this is not how you do community consultation. But as I mentioned the other day, it was possibly very early on in the piece. There has been lots of conversations in the community. The meeting, and there was a public meeting about it during our 2022 July election. I think this is a significant development in the upper reaches of the Macleay River catchment and the Kempsey Shire. The meeting a couple of weeks ago, I want to thank SOMA for organising that meeting. That was attended by around about 100 people, which I feel is significant for a weekend. So, I mean, whilst that could be perceived as being low, not even our own council catch-up meetings get 100 people. So I sort of figured that, 100 people on a weekend is pretty good. And it's obviously something that is resonating with our community. It's quite passionate by a range of people. I don't think I've ever seen such a diverse group of people over one issue before. So I prepared this motion in October, and Acting Director Mitchell at the time provided some feedback to me, which was very good. I put it up again in November, and General Manager provided some feedback to me again, which was good. And then I asked for that to go into our councillor update, which is there, and I understand will be there. So as I said, I did hold this off for a couple of months, but following the SOMA meeting the other day and the correspondence from SOMA, I just felt the need to put it up. We signed off on those SEERs, or we noted those SEERs the last term, which said something along the lines of we will continue to advocate for community concerns. So I felt the need to put it up, and that their information and consultation process could be improved. And I can see that it is improved from what the presentation was yesterday. So I'd actually like to amend my motion. Can I do that now, or do you want to have discussion first?
Please tell us what it is, please.
I will. Hang on, I'm going to go back to the other page. I want to take out, so leave 1 in, or not, sorry, I want to take out B, C, and 3.
So it's 1A, or just 1, and then 2. That's the only items left.
Yeah, I'm just going to think about rewording 1. So I don't necessarily think that council need to write to Oven Mountain, because they're aware that we want some update and some progress on this. So perhaps it's just that, so let me think about that for a sec. But I want to take it out, definitely want to take out number 3. My understanding of number 3 is I've worked in project management for a while. I thought they would have a community engagement strategy or a communication plan, but I could sort of see from what he mentioned yesterday that kind of comes with the EIS process. So I still want to ensure that councillors are fully informed on this project, so that maybe we get copies directly of their newsletters. He did indicate that he would be willing to come and give us a briefing in timely manners. I would certainly like to do that as part of when the EIS goes on consultation. So someone clever, someone to wordsmith that. Yeah, maybe that. Yeah, yes.
Okay, could I just interrupt you for a moment, Councillor White, before we continue on with this? Councillor Ring, because there's been substantial change in what the motion is, do you continue to have, do you wish to second it still? No, you do. Thank you very much. Councillor White.
Yes, basically, I'm responding to the presentation yesterday and acknowledging that I've been provided with about 95% of what I was after, and I just want to make sure that continues. I would actually like a copy of his presentation too, if that's possible. But I'm happy with that motion.
Okay. Do we have any speakers for, against, or questions on the motion before us? Councillor Patterson.
Thank you. Couple of questions. First one is in relation to this notice of motion that we're getting notified about the pumped hydro energy project, is it actually built in the Kempsey Shire?
No, it isn't. It's in the Mayoral Regional Council, Shire.
Yeah. Are the state government not the proponents or the consenters of this project?
Yes, the state planning minister is determined the final.
So where in this notice of motion does it ask for updates from the state government, because they're the ones that instruct this company to do what and when? So,
well, the answer to that is that is what Councillor White has put forward.
yeah,
Okay, she does not have to put in state government if she doesn't want to.
yeah.
And that's the answer to that.
So really, we'll be requesting them to tell us something that's already been possibly discussed and changed and passed. It may be 6 months later, because the state government are the ones, and like we heard from the last night, that this project's been going on for looking at for more than 10 years. So it's interesting that we're only getting updated on this now, but from the state government, we could have been updated on this from the day one. You know,
you're speaking against the motion at this point.
Yeah, I'm speaking against the motion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I just feel that we need to understand that this is not a project that's in our shire. This is a project that's going to use our shire for access.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Councillor Bain, your next speaker.
Just for a point of clarification, Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question first and then speak to for or against the motion later?
Point of order. Thank you.
Thank you. My question would be, what level of communication does Kempsey Shire Council have with Armidale Regional Council around this issue?
Mr. General Manager, please.
Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure what discussions the Mayor might have with the Mayor up there. We have, they're not planned, but semi-regular discussions with the General Manager or other relevant staff up there. Our traffic road staff have had pretty regular, is still not the right word, certainly met with them to discuss impacts on the roads, because where they're looking at it actually impacts both council roads, so we're in touch with them on that as well.
Thank you. And to further answer your question, I have no discussion with the Mayor at Armidale Regional Council. Thank you. Mr. Bain, Councillor Bain, you may now speak.
Yeah, I would like to propose an additional point 3, and I'm not quite sure how to word it, but along the lines that Armidale Regional Council and Kempsey Shire Council have regular discussions around where they stand on the Oven Mountain pumped hydro project. I'm not quite sure how to phrase that, but I would like to know what people are thinking up that end of the river about this. And I take on board Councillor Patterson's point that the construction of the project is in Armidale Regional Council, but it could potentially impact the river, which flows down to us, and it will impact roads, jobs. It will have an impact on our community to a large degree. But I think it would be really good if we could talk to Armidale, if we could have a closer relationship with Armidale around it. So, but I'm willing to accept any words.
Councillor Bain, we need a seconder for your amendment, or you can talk to it. In fact, you were talking to it before we had.
Oh, sorry. Yep. Okay.
Yeah, I was out of order too. I should have realised that. I'm sorry.
My apology.
So, would someone like to second that we have? And in fact, you don't have to. You might accept it into your motion. So, Councillor Ferguson has seconded the amendment that we have more progressive consultation with Armidale Regional Council.
Yeah, because despite the fact that we've
now it's an amendment before us, and you can speak to it, and then I'll be asking the mover whether she will accept it into her motion.
Okay, so despite the fact that that the Macleay River covers 1, 2, 3 land council areas and 2 shire, 2 council local government areas and 2 state government areas and 2 federal government areas, it is one catchment. And anything that is done within that catchment impacts particularly those of us who are downstream from any development. And I think it would be really, really important that we need to get some words for the amendment. Daniel, can you help? Or you're getting something up, good. And I think it's important that we need to be communicating with Armidale specifically around Up and Mountain. But I think that could lead to greater cooperation.
Right, there's your amendment, Councillor Bain. Point 3, request that Kempsey Shire Council and Armidale Regional Council engage in regular discussion regarding the Avon Mountain Pumped Hydro Project. Is that acceptable to you? I now turn to Councillor
That
Wyatt.
is acceptable.
Turning to Councillor Wyatt, would you accept that into your motion?
I do accept that into the motion, and I just note that the seers that we supported said that council will represent and advocate for the community of Kempsey Shire. So yes, I do agree with that.
Okay, thank you.
And-
You can't speak to it at the moment. You've
Oh, no,
got
speak
a
to
right of reply at the end. Do we have any further debate on the motion before you, which is the one with the amendment integrated into it? Any? Councillor Patterson?
Just once again, I see us playing the last role in this. I do agree. It's not, even though it's not an asset that's going to be built in our shire, it is going to affect our shire in the area of our roads, the Armidale Road, which funnily enough was taken over as a regional road by the state government, which they're going to fund, which is fantastic. But I really think that I would rather, if there's any wordsmithing that could go into this, if we could have something or another point 4 that we had an indication from the state government on the future timelines of this, because where we're asking the pumped hydro energy project proponent, they're the people that are doing the work the state government are letting them or telling them to do. So they're why are we asking a commercial enterprise to tell us what they want?
Yeah, Councillor Patterson, there is a timeline already, and the proposal is that the EIS will go on exhibition in February, and then it comes back with the submissions, comes back to the Planning Minister's office and the Planning Minister to sign off. So the decision could be made in the first half of next year, whether it proceeds or not. But it depends on the submission. So there's a timeline already.
So the proponent needs to update progress. So there's a timeline already, so we know what the progress is. It provides those reports and updates council. So I'm guessing we would have that anyway. Request the Kempsey Shire Council, Armidale Regional Council work together. That's something that I would rather see than the first 1 and 2, because after our discussions last night, we noted that that the Armidale Regional Council seems to have really no issues about the whole project at the moment. There just seems to be the most of the issues seem to be coming from the Kempsey Shire.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. I'll ask Mr. General Manager to give some advice on this position.
Procedural point. I think it's a procedural point. Just wondering whether we should move into the committee of the whole to discuss this, because I'm interested in what Councillor Patterson has to say, but I just want to flesh it out.
You move that.
I am moving. I'm moving. Can we please move?
And Councillor Patterson seconds that we move into the committee of the whole. I'll now put the motion that we move in the committee of the whole to the council. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. So we are now in the committee of the whole, and I'll still pass back to Mr. General Manager.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just in response to Councillor Patterson's comment about timelines and that, that is publicly available on the Up and Mountain project website. They actually have a very clear project timetable on what the core steps are, and also highlighting where they are currently at on that process. So it's actually publicly available and on their website, quite live, and indicates that when the EIS, that's the process that where they are at the moment, and they will be updating once it's confirmed the dates for the IS exhibition. They'll be updating that once that's confirmed by the state government.
Who is this? Can I ask a question on that?
Yeah, we're now in the committee of the whole, but I'm
Yeah.
going to go back to Councillor
Yeah.
Wyatt first, and then I'll come to you.
Okay.
Councillor Wyatt.
I just want to ask, I'm trying to flesh out this as well. I just want to ask, so the Department of Planning and Environment are the determining authority here.
No.
Prior to any of the EIS going on consultation, is there any communication that they have with council, or are they like detached and they get the EIS and then they assess it, or is there a communication going on between council and the department?
Mr. General Manager.
Through Mr. Mayor, I wouldn't anticipate the department contacting council when they have the draft EIS. Said that the project, other than the roadwork, isn't in our LGA. I would think that they would consider us a significant party to do that. The responsibility is on the proponent to provide the draft. The internal experts will review that and then take the necessary steps to place that on exhibition themselves. And then when it's on exhibition, council can then have the opportunity to make a submission if it chooses.
Thank you. After Councillor Patterson speaks, we've got Councillor Ferguson and then Councillor Bain. So, Councillor Patterson.
When we move back into normal council, I intend to move a foreshadowed motion of item 3, but wordsmiths excluding item 1 and 2. So the foreshadowed motion would be item 3 only. But wordsmith to include, and I'm only talking about this now, so maybe I don't have to do it, but include that really what the Armidale Shire Council knows should be known by the Kempsey Shire Council at the same time. That's when the things are getting built. That's when the discussions are being made up there. We should not have to say to the Armidale Council, what do you know? You know, they shouldn't have to say to us, well, what do you know? There should be one communication stream. Yeah, but it's like the old proverb, it all runs downhill. You know, and that's what's
coming this way. Thank you very much, Councillor Patterson. You don't need to foreshadow a motion. You just move the amendment that only item 3 be included. Okay, and you can, as you said, wordsmith the bit about the state government. Thank you. That's what could happen when we come out of committee of the whole. So, Councillor Ferguson, please.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Probably to the General Manager, does he see it necessary for further communications between staff of Kempsey and Armidale? Or are you happy with where it is? Or do you think that would be beneficial to have more communication between you on this particular topic?
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, we do have, as I said, periodic conversations with them when there are items we need to discuss with the councils. I'm not sure having monthly or 2 monthly meetings set would provide a lot of additional benefit, because if something comes up in a period of time, we'd simply get on the phone and talk to them anyway. When there are relevant matters for us to discuss, which is what has been happening. And there will be some matters that relate just to Armidale and some matters relate just to us, that it's not that it's not their business or our business, it's not necessarily of interest to them. So while we might end up sharing some of that information, it's not necessarily important to either of the councils at times. So for us to know everything. So, but yeah, we do that periodically already. And once with the timetable, the state government can't give us a timetable now about what's happening, because they will do that on a step-by-step process. Once the EIS is in, they'll then say, this is the period of exhibition. Once that goes off, they'll then say, this is the sort of period of thing. So there can't be any definitive time frame given to anyone at the moment by the state government. But as we go through each of those steps, where relevant, we will be in discussions with the Armidale Regional Council.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bain? Or did you have another follow-up question? No. Thank you, Councillor Bain.
I just want to clarify the planning process. So it's the minister grants the approval. It's not the department. It's the minister. And there's no point putting in anything about the state government, because the state government have done the first step of the state government. Or if I go back to the beginning of the process, the proposer puts in a broad proposal and a scoping study to the Department of Planning. The Department of Planning assess that and give them a SEARS, which is the Secretary's Environmental Assessment Requirements. That then goes back to the proposer, and then the department has nothing to do with it then until the DA and the EIS are prepared. So there's no point asking the state government for an update because they won't know anything until the EIS comes into them. There is a point in getting updates from Oven Mountain because they, as Anthony Melov pointed out yesterday, they are constantly changing. Okay, they've changed their original motion was for a I think it was a six megawatt, and now it's gone to 9. So so they've changed that. I learned going to one of their public information sessions that they've identified the 6 points on the road where they need to widen and redesign the road in order to allow their oversized vehicles. So all of this is constantly flux. Their original plan was to come down the big hill from Armidale. They recognised that wasn't going to be feasible to get that machinery down, so they've changed it. They're constantly changing and adapting their plan. So it's entirely appropriate that they update us. It's entirely appropriate that we're informed about that. At the moment, I asked the question before I put in the amendment, and it seems to me there hasn't been any discussion with Armidale Regional Council. Maybe the word regular could be taken out of it. So, some discussions that the outcome is then passed on to councillors, because I don't know about anything that happens between Armidale Regional Council and us, and I would like to know. I would like to know what I've heard from Mr. Melov that there's no concerns from Armidale Regional Council. Well, he's the proponent. I'd like to hear from Armidale Regional Council themselves. Maybe go up and have a site visit. Maybe meet some of the Armidale Regional Councillors at Oven Mountain. Let them give us a briefing on site. That would be interesting. I know that there may be costs associated with that. I get that. Maybe not. Maybe you could jump in my little RAV and we'll go up together. Right? I don't mind. I'm happy to go up and meet people. There's all of these different options, and I think we need to have that communication across the catchment.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Mr. General Manager, would you like to make a comment, please?
Yeah, I think I heard Councillor Bain correctly where he said he didn't believe there had been any communication. I think it was wording to that effect. Yes, there has been. As I've already stated, there has been. It is of an operational nature because it is around the roads. So that's why it's not shared with the councillors. It's of an operational nature. So there is that periodic contact with the Armidale Council. There is nothing stopping a councillor from ringing a councillor at Armidale and talking to them. So you could actually get on the phone and talk to your colleagues in Armidale and ask them for their opinion on the project and where it's at and where the council sits on it. There's nothing stopping that from happening at all.
Yeah. And following up on that, Mr. General Manager, in the previous council, I met with councillors from Armidale Regional Council at Blackbird Flats on getting the road onto regional listing, and that was really worthwhile to meet them. So, that can be arranged again, and that should be arranged again, I guess, on the Oven Mountain, but that's something in the future. Any further comments or questions? Councillor Wyatt.
Yeah, totally. I think that's a great idea for Armidale Regional Council and staff, and our council and staff that are interested, not compulsory, to go up and have a meeting on site so that we can have a brainstorm and make informed decisions and advocate, because we clearly said that we would advocate for our community interests. So I really like that idea, and if council won't assist in doing that, I guess we can do it on our own bat. I do have a question around is there any waiting? So it's in it's in Armidale Regional Shire, right on the edge of their shire, like right on the boundary, and it's right in the boundary of the res zone as well. But I think it's pretty fair to say that a good deal of those impacts, are going to come into the Kempsey Shire. Is there any waiting in that you're aware of in the assessment process or the approval process that Armidale has more weighting over Kempsey, or are we both considered equal stakeholders in this?
Mr. General Manager.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, my understanding is the way the process works is that the department and finally the minister will make a decision based on the specific merits of this project. The CES outlines particularly the EIS, which is one of the most significant parts of that, the planning documentation. That will need to consider the impacts and the benefits to both the Armidale and the Kempsey Shire Council areas. And the minister will make the decision based on that, but there's no specific weighting given to one or the other.
Thank you. You have a further question?
Just finally, I just wanted to, when we go back, change the word from notes the offer to takes up the offer.
Yes, you have that right to amend that if you.
Because that was my intent.
Okay, thank you. There's no further person seeking the call. We'll need to move back into open council. We'll need a motion for that to happen. Councillor Bain moves. We have a seconder. Councillor Ferguson. I'll put the motion. Is there any dissent? There's 2 people dissenting, wanting to continue, and the rest of us are voting to go back in open council. Let's moving back into open council now. And yeah, sorry, just to clarify, we just moved out of voted and there was no dissent to come back out of the committee of the whole. We're now back in open council and we now go back to possible amendments, questions, speaking for or against. And that's what's happening until we decide there's no more discussion, and then we'll come back to Councillor Wyatt to close debate. So Councillor Patterson, you have your light on.
Yeah, Councillor Wyatt, I was just wondering that provides those reports and updates to councillors in a timely fashion. Is there any way that you could include that put those updates in a report that comes out on our council, what's our monthly thing we get? Updates, councillor updates, because that's how we inform our public. If we've just run with that, it's only councillors. Yeah, so it's our ability to wordsmith that so that it's included in councillor updates. Yeah.
It'll happen anyway, Councillor. Mr. General Manager.
Can I suggest you don't actually put any specific wording in there, Mr. Mayor? Leave it to the staff to work out how that is, because some of those updates could be provided in the weekly update the councillors get. Some of them may be more significant where we may end up doing an actual briefing on them. So, if there's something significant, we'd want to not just whack in an update, we'd actually like to speak face to face with you. So I think just in a timely manner is sufficient for us to be able to know what you're wanting.
Yeah, the staff will be on top of that, Councillor Patterson, but thank you. Any other debate? If not, I'll ask Councillor Wyatt to close debate on the motion that's on our screen.
Yeah, thanks. So as I said, I put up this motion and the next one, and my intent was exactly what was provided. They provided an update. I just want to make sure this goes on the record that they do provide those updates for us. This is a significant development proposal in the top end in the Macleay River catchment, and I feel that we do need to be part of that process. It's important for us to be informed. They have agreed already to do that. This just provides it in a formal manner, and I really hope that you support this, because I think we said that we would advocate for our community. This is what in my opinion, this is what advocating for our community looks like.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? No dissent. I declare it carried unanimously. We now move to 11.3, a notice of motion, Oven Mountain Pumped Hydro Project, Aboriginal Heritage Assessment and Consultation. It's moved by Councillor Wyatt, or placed by Councillor Wyatt, and she will be speaking to it. The recommendation is at the bottom of page 54 and top of page 55. Councillor Wyatt, would you like to move it?
Yes, I would, please.
And we need a seconder.
Oh.
Councillor Bain. Councillor Wyatt, would you like to speak to your...
And this is an interesting one too, and I'm wondering whether we should just go straight into community of the whole. But I will I'll just introduce it. So again, I say that last term prior to July 2022, I can't remember if we approved or noted the CIS, which said that Kempsey Council would advocate for the community values. We would represent and advocate for the community of Kempsey Shire. So this notice of motion was prepared in response to the Aboriginal community at the meeting of SOMA a couple of weeks ago, where they were very emotional about it. Like I had one of them holding my hand in tears, like quite emotional about it. And I understand that it's so complicated, just incredibly complicated to ensure that we have culturally appropriate consultation. I also note that General Manager provided a very extensive summary response to that notice of motion as well. The questions that I asked of them yesterday, I was just going to reiterate those, is whether or not it's taking a landscape approach rather than a tangible site-based approach. So that means that the landscape as country is important to the Dunghutti people. It's not a site-based approach. And this is not me making this up. This is what culturally appropriate consultation looks like. And he provided that answer. I also talked about incorporating spiritual connection and the potential harm associated with work on country. I think it was in 2018, an organisation in our shire was prosecuted under the National Parks and Wildlife Act for harming Aboriginal heritage, and it came down to spiritual harm. So it's a real thing, and the judge in the Land Environment Court fined that, it's a state government organisation, fined that state government organisation for causing spiritual harm to an Aboriginal site. I'm not an Aboriginal person. I don't get to make that decision, whether it's spiritual harm or not. Only a Dunghutti person gets to make that decision whether going up on that country causes them spiritual harm. The third question I asked about was, do they take into account cultural protocols? And again, I really look forward to when all of us can have some education around what cultural protocols are, what knowledge holders are, what cultural obligation means, what are the generational issues and what are the gender issues, because again, I don't get to decide that. That is what we will learn when we in cultural safety, cultural protocol, cultural awareness, understanding. So I just wanted to make sure that it was appropriate. Now, what I heard yesterday, I'm quite pleased with what I heard yesterday. So I'm proposing an amendment to this, which I would now like to move to the Committee of the Whole so we can work out that amendment and just have a discussion like we heard from Mr. Mellov yesterday. And again, I'm really grateful that he came up, but I really would like to have a discussion with all of us through the Committee of the Whole, please.
Procedural motion from Councillor Wyatt that we move into the Committee of the Whole. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Ferguson.
Yes,
I will now put the motion. Sorry.
Yeah, I just want to know what our thoughts are. I just want to know from what you heard yesterday.
Yeah, well, if we go on the Committee of the Whole, you can tell us.
Sure.
Okay.
Are we not in the Committee of the Whole?
No, we have to vote. Sorry. That's how it works.
Okay.
So, is there any dissent from going into the Committee of the Whole? Only one light on? No.
So keen. No, I just want to know
No, you're not voting against your own motion. No, thank you. We are now in the Committee of the Whole, and I'll now ask people to speak and express their opinion. Councillor Wyatt.
I'm just really curious to know some feedback from what we heard yesterday and about the motion, because I actually don't want to withdraw the motion completely, but I think that all of those answers I still want that on the record here. So I'm just curious, what are your thoughts?
Right, Councillor Bain, please.
There's a lot of points. One of them is that the RES, the Renewable Energy Zone, as Councillor Wyatt said, the Oven Mountain project is in sort of the easternmost part of the Renewable Energy Zone. And there are certain requirements for consultation with Indigenous communities within a Renewable Energy Zone. But because the community resides outside that zone, or maybe there's a borderline where the actual project isn't quite within the zone, but it gets the benefits of being in a RES, but it doesn't have the on one side it's got benefits, on the other side it's got obligations. Yeah. So that's a point. Another point is that it's very, very difficult. And I think we all acknowledge that when we're dealing with consultation with Indigenous communities, there are diverse ranges and points of view. One of the things that many non-Indigenous people don't really understand is that there's a difference between the land council and the traditional owners. Okay, so land councils are not necessarily representative of traditional owners. They may be, but the boundaries of land councils do not reflect traditional boundaries. And the last point is that, and again, this comes under state legislation, and Mr. Mellov referred to it as the RAPs, the Registered Aboriginal Parties. And I believe Councillor White referred to this last meeting when we were talking about the cultural tourism product, that, you know, other people from outside the area can come in. Now, there's no there's no requirement for a registered Aboriginal party to be traditional owners of land. So, you know, you might get a RAP, a registered Aboriginal party comes up from Sydney, and they might be a professional RAP group that they just have a look at all developments, and they say, right, well, we'll have a crack at this one, and they can register, and they can come on to country that does not belong to them and do site assessments. So there's a whole heap of complex issues to navigate when you're dealing with it, and I believe that Oven Mountain are in a steep learning curve, as we all are, in working with these communities. That's a perspective. So I just wanted to chuck that in to make it all a bit more confusing.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson.
And just based on the presentation last night by Mr. Mellon, I did ask him whether the Aboriginal community up at Armidale had brought up those cultural issues like the local communities, and his response was not really. They haven't really, and that's where the whole project's being built in the Armidale Shire. I just see that the benefits. I have to be upfront with this, that I'm not for the project, but I am agreeing with the benefits when it does turn up, if it turns up, is going to be the road access to the Upper Macleay, because there'll be a better road. But I'd struggle with the issue that our local Indigenous people have issues with something that's not even being built in our shire.
Well, there's a very simple answer to that. The Dungutty area goes up to past George's Junction, and that's why they're concerned with it. And the Aboriginal people of Gamanga in the Armidale Regional Council further up are not so concerned, because it's not their land, not their country. So that's the reason why the Dungutty people are very concerned.
Yeah,
it's in their area. The council areas don't line up with the Aboriginal areas.
And so have they made representation to the Armidale Shire Council?
They could do that, yes. Dungutty people could make proposals to Armidale Regional Council. You're correct, Councillor Patterson. Thank you. Keep going.
Yeah, and I do understand. I mean, I do understand about the Aboriginal culture and their attachment to the land, but this project wasn't brought on by any of us. This project was brought on by the state government. The state government, I believe, will be doing this project whether it hails or shines. So, you know, this is going to be paid for by the taxpayers of the whole of Australia, mainly the New South Wales. So it's just hard for me to work out in my head how this can be so troublesome for our local community, when, even though I'm against it, the benefits for the local community would be better access to our town, because that's what, after working up at Bellbrook for the last 30 years, the big issue with connection for the Aboriginal settlement up there in Kempsey is the road access.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Of course, it's a private project. It's not. There is some funding from the state government, but the major component is from a other company called Atlinta.
But they are the ones that are going to give the yay or nay. The state government.
State government,
approval.
but it's not putting ratepayers' money into that, or state taxes go into it, other than the setup project. Okay, Councillor White, do you have something else?
Yes, please. Just to reiterate what Leah says, there is a map of Australia which is divided up into Aboriginal country of Australia. So we are sitting, when we say our acknowledgement, we say, we acknowledge the Dunghutti people because this is their country. It's not mapped up in shires or catchments. So the Ainuan comes down to, I'm not exactly sure where the boundary. We've got Gumbanga to the north, Verapai to the south. So it's all mapped up. So Aboriginal culture does not know shire boundaries. I mean, the culture was there before the shire. Is that question? The second question, my sort of second point is just, in the late 1960s, early 1970s, the state government had an idea to go and find out what the Aboriginal history was of New South Wales. And back then, it comes from this book actually. And back then, it was an archaeologist who decided we need to go out throughout New South Wales and figure out what the Aboriginal history is of New South Wales. So they brought in an archaeologist from the UK, who's a young guy, and then they figured out, hang on a second, we better get an Aboriginal person as well. So they got Uncle Ray Kelly, who's from Bellbrook, and apologies for naming a deceased person's name. And off they went out to all over New South Wales to record, inverted commas, the Aboriginal history of Australia, because at that time, of New South Wales rather, at that time, they thought that it was a culture that no longer existed. They were going off and doing an archaeological inspection. When they got out there, they figured out that, hang on a second, it's not. It's very much contemporary. It's very much alive. It's very much a continuing culture. So they collected stories, and because they were men, they collected mainly the men's stories. They didn't collect a lot of the women's stories, and a lot of those stories and a lot of the artifacts they recorded, which is, a flint here, an axe grinding groove here, whatever, those artifacts were recorded and they were put on what's called the Aboriginal AHIMS, Aboriginal Heritage Database.
Bank management system.
Yeah, that. Yeah, that. And that is what our legislation now says, that this is when someone has to do an REF or an environmental impact assessment, all they are required to do under the legislation is go and check out whether there is an AHIMS recording of that site, and that it's object based. But as that was in 1970.
Councillor White, can I just clarify something, please?
To provide, and I'm trying to provide.
Can I ask the question, please? Sorry. Can you make clear to us, because I'm not too sure, how this relates to the motion before us?
It relates to the motion of that we don't get to decide. We don't get to decide what is important and what is not important to the Dunghutti people, but we do as councillors get to decide that we would like consultation to be culturally appropriate. We don't get to decide what is appropriate and what isn't. They get to decide what is appropriate and what isn't. And I draw my conclusion to this because the interpretation back in the 1970s was that it was appropriate then, that there was no such thing as a living Aboriginal heritage. It's not appropriate because they found out that actually there is a living cultural heritage. And as we've progressed, we're finding that more and more and more. And I mean, forgive me for any Dunghutti people that are listening, because I'm not across all of this at all, but my intent is to say that it is a landscape cultural history or cultural heritage. It is a person-based. It's not, you cannot separate the people from the country. And so, I just would like to amend this to say something along the line, and this is what I put it up, is that the consultation needs to be culturally appropriate.
Thank you. We'll need words for that. You're actually changing the whole motion.
Yeah, and I brought out this because it's just to show that I didn't make it up. I didn't make it off the top of my head. But I just feel it's really important for us to just have some understanding around cultural heritage, values, cultural protocol.
Yes, so that we're clear here.
Because we're making decisions here.
You're changing the motion before us. That should be done when you move it as the first order of part of this. But so we all know what we're speaking about, just to clarify. Yeah, that's...
I wanted to gauge opinion and think about how we can reword it.
And improve it. Thank you very much.
For collective decision making.
Yes. Thank you. you're working on what wording you'd like, because I'm going to hear from Councillor Ring now, please, and then we'll, if we have a decision to come out of the committee of the whole, we should have some words as we come out. Councillor Ring.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to just start with that I am not an Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander person, but I agree with the sentiment of which this notice of motion has been raised and advocating for that group of people. My point that I'm raising now is that I am increasingly finding these meetings quite distressing that the discussion of topics just borders into territory where I think that we're kind of discussing things that are beyond the scope of our knowledge and understanding, and it is really distressing to get to this point. And I think while advocating is important, I think we do need to understand the borders of our own knowledge and our own understanding, and ensuring that we're not crossing those lines, and that we're also being respectful of our First Nations communities.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ring. Any further debate? Councillor White, have you got some words that we could change it to now?
I don't, but I 100% agree, because I find it very triggering.
Councillor Ring?
Yeah, I find it very triggering as well, actually.
Thank you.
And which I really just think it's important that we have some trade, because we are making decisions here on their country. I do find it very triggering as well.
Okay. So we've got no one else. Oh, Councillor Patterson now wishes to speak, but if we don't have any further speakers, we have to come out of the committee of the whole, and we need to have something written ready to come out with. So if you could come up with some wording, that would be great. Councillor White. Councillor Patterson, please.
We talk about communities, we talk about who we represent, we talk about what we do as councillors. Don't forget, guys, that we're representing the whole of the Macleay. Through you to the General Manager, possibly. Could you give me an idea of our percentage of Indigenous people in the Macleay? I've got more questions after that.
Well, it's actually 11.2. I don't think the General Manager needs to. Is
it 7?
11.2% of the population.
Okay.
Or it's gone up. It's gone up since the census. 12.9, I've just been told.
Okay.
The previous census was 11.2. Yeah. It's improved. Increased in the population of our 30,300 people.
So at the same time, when we have people in our shire that are Catholics, that are Jews, that are Protestants, that are everything else, we have to make sure our decision reflects the whole of the community. And I can't see anywhere in this that, we are not only just deciding on something up. Oh, we're not deciding on anything because it's going to happen anyway. But up at the Macleay, when they built this, in the Upper Macleay catchment, when they built this, where in there is it saying to address the actual landowners who say they might be cattle farmers, they might be graziers, they might have crops, etc. up there. There might be people with just farm stays, etc. So
Councillor Patterson, I'll rule you out of order there, because the notice of motion in front of us is to do with advocating for more contact with the Thungutty people up there. We're not talking about farmers or religious groups.
Well, I'm talking about the heritage of our Macleay. I'm part of it, you're part of it.
Yep. Thank you. Any further debate? If not, I'll ask a motion, unless Councillor White has some words for us to come up with. Yes, so
now or later?
Now.
Okay. I'm just going to suggest that I delete point A and point B outright, that we keep in point 2 and just delete everything in brackets, that we just acknowledge the concerns expressed by the community, and that council.
You got a new point 3?
A new point 1, maybe. So we advocate for the Dungutty people. That we acknowledge. Let me think. The council thanks and acknowledges the presentation given by the Other Mountain Project representative yesterday, and acknowledges that there is improvements being made for culturally appropriate consultation.
Smell of. What is?
And thank him. Yep. I would like to see that. I would like to see some of that presentation go on their website.
Oh, that's up to them. Yeah. On our website.
Their website.
It's up to them what they put on their website. You don't want it on our website, so we don't need that in there. Anything else you want to add there?
I was going to say, Councillor, could I get you to repeat what you wanted in point 2?
No, I can't remember.
Just go back. Just go back. Yeah.
So we just have points 1, 3, and 4. 1, 2, and 3, I should say. My apologies there. So you're happy with those words now, Councillor Wyatt?
Can you just give me a second?
Make that bigger.
Yes. So once Councillor Wyatt's happy with that, we'll get. That's big. I'll ask for, because we haven't come out of committee of the whole, you can then make comment about the version that's now before us.
Okay, I just want to change. I acknowledge the information provided from the Other Mountain project. I would ask that a copy of that be made available to councillors for those that want it.
It's already there. Thank you.
Is the information that you provided exactly the same as what he spoke to yesterday? Pretty much.
Yes. Yeah. So leave it at that, Councillor Wyatt.
And maybe we don't need number 2. What do you think?
Isn't that a bit of a statement of what we already do? Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, yeah, you go ahead, Councillor Ferguson.
Isn't that already a bit of a statement of what we already do?
Yep.
Let's change then. Acknowledge the information provided by Mr. Melov regarding their improvements to Aboriginal community consultation. So that links it in, because all of those points are gone now, but it actually links it back into the improvements regarding Aboriginal heritage assessment and consultation. Yeah, I'm happy with that.
You're happy with that now? Thank you very much. Any further comments? Councillor Patterson.
Sorry, that? Yes, I read that. Sorry, couple of questions. We're still in.
Yes, still in the committee of the whole. Yes, thank you, Councillor Patterson.
The meeting that Oven Mountain had at the RSL Club, sorry I couldn't attend, was it only attended by Aboriginal people?
No, there's a lot of people there. There's a lemon involved too. That's another story.
No. So the only way that I'll support this, I'll have to put an amendment up, is that we acknowledge the concerns expressed by the Dungully people and landowners of residents of the Macleay Shire or the Kempsey Shire.
Well, that wasn't, Councillor Patterson, I'll rule that out of order for the simple reason. The whole intent of this was Aboriginal heritage assessment and consultation.
Okay, well, I foreshadow a motion.
If you want to, you can foreshadow a motion, but we need another notice of motion if you wanted to go into the heritage of the Upper Macleay and the landowners. That would be a separate notice of motion. It wouldn't be a foreshadowed one. Okay.
My foreshadowed motion is against this one then. My foreshadowed motion.
He means you're getting a new notice of motion.
Yes, you can have one for February. No problem. There's nothing can happen before then. Any further questions or comments? If not, I'll ask for a motion that we come out of the committee of the whole. Councillor Bain. Seconder, please. Councillor Butterfield. You need dissent that we come out of committee of the whole. No dissent, declare it carried. We're now back in open council.
Amendment.
Do we have any further debate? And Councillor Patterson, have your light on. Yes.
I wish to move an amendment.
Yes. What is it?
We have that writing back up, please.
Yeah, that's right.
Yep. Okay. So my amendment only includes number 2, which I can't see there.
Just got to wait for a second.
That's technology. 2022, is it?
Yeah.
No. Not it. Okay.
I've lost the words.
Seconds.
Technology is wonderful when it works. Thank you.
Okay. So my amendment is only to acknowledge the concerns expressed by Dungully and Dungully people and the residents of the Macleay. That's my amendment.
So you're just wiping out point 1. Thank you very much, Councillor Patterson. Very clear. Do we have a seconder for that?
Just get it up there so we can read it. Just got to read it.
Okay. So when we get it up, I'll look for a seconder.
We have a lot of people that live in the Macleay, and there's a lot of people that do not propose that they are Indigenous, and some Indigenous people.
Sorry, Councillor Patterson, you get to speak to your amendment in a moment. I just need the words up so we can consider it, and then I'll look for a seconder. Apologise to all those people watching and the people in the public gallery who are having a technical difficulty, and
now's the time.
We'll resume as soon as we can.
Bad joke.
Okay.
Then why separate it? We're talking about the whole.
But this motion is particularly focused on.
Nearly not. How many saying that there's other regions? What about people down the north? They might be living in. Please get through this. I just want to get it.
Sort of do the sim table thing before they go to lunch, and I'll push things back to my spot.
I just want to
it's just doing the same thing. There's no this is what we need for the 3 or 4 minutes we try and yeah. So that's okay. Please pass on the screen.
So while we're waiting, very quickly after the conclusion of the council meeting, to those people in the public gallery and also for councillors, we'll be looking at the sim table. Some of you had a precursory look at it already, which is an amazing tool to inform people about possible disasters and used in timely planning of what needs to be done in a disaster. So it can show flooding and fires, Mr. General Manager. So it's a really great thing, and it has been put into place by the Mid-Coast Joint Organisation, and it's been an ongoing project for over a year.
And Kempsey Shire residents.
Okay, we're now back to, this is the amendment from Councillor Patterson, and Councillor Butterfield, did you second it? You did, okay, thank you, you're seconding it. So Councillor Patterson, you now get to speak to your amendment, please.
It needs rewording that council acknowledge concerns expressed by Dungully and Dungully people and residents of the Kempsey Shire, because we're dictating that it's only Dungully and Dungully people that are involved in here. There's residents of the Kempsey Shire that do not say that they're part of either of those groups, and they are Aboriginals. even though they don't say that they're declaring that they're part of the Aboriginals, and the residents that did turn up for that meeting at the RSL Club, they are in our consideration for our decisions that we make here. And in this, if this amendment gets up, we're acknowledging the concerns of Dunghutti people and the residents, the councillors in the public meeting. So I'd like to hear anyone ideas on that.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. I'll have to seek information on the appropriateness of residents in this motion from the General Manager, in that the original motion and the whole notice of motion is about Aboriginal heritage assessment and consultation. To bring residents in is a change. Mr. General Manager, can we leave it in? You can leave it in.
Residents are part of the Shire.
Then, Councillor Patterson, I'll rule that it can be part of it, so you don't have to debate it. Councillor Bain.
I'd like to acknowledge what Councillor Patterson has said, that there are Indigenous people, First Nations people that live in Kempsey Shire who are neither Dunghutti or Dunghutti. However, what we're talking about when we're talking about country that the Oven Mountain Pumped Hydro project is on, and the cultural heritage assessment and consultation, which is the whole point of this notice of motion, we are only talking about Dunghutti and Dunghutti people. I think it's a little bit ingenious to be calling it divisive when actually or implying that it's divisive when it's actually the whole point of the notice of motion is about meeting the needs of the Dunghutti and Dunghutti traditional owners of this land.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Councillor White, are you going to close the debate now, or because you can't speak, you only get to speak once against or for an amendment. You want to speak on the amendment?
I'll ask a question.
You can ask a question.
About where's the other amendment?
So
the first amendment there gone. The second amendment I put up.
No, we'll go back to it. So sorry, I'll just correct so you know it's happening.
Yeah, please.
Right, the amendment that's on the screen now is the one moved by Councillor Patterson, seconded by Councillor Butterfield. That's been considered. If it is voted up, it becomes a motion. At the moment, if it doesn't get voted up and is not supported, we go back to the original motion, which is the one that you have, which has the 2 points at this time. So we have to have a decision on this before we decide whether we proceed with this as the motion or we go back to the original motion. So you can close debate on this amendment if no one else wishes to speak, and then we vote. No, you don't get to speak again, Councillor Patterson. It's only on the person who moves the motion gets a response. So, Councillor White, you get to speak on this amendment, and then we will go back or we'll vote on it.
Yeah, I certainly hear what Councillor Patterson is saying, and my intent was the first one was the community consultation part, was the notice of motion 11.3, but this is specifically around the Aboriginal heritage assessment and consultation part, which is a chapter in the EIS process. So I totally acknowledge that the community and the residents and other non-Indigenous and other non-Dunghutti people in our community have a stake in this, 100%. That was the intent of my first motion, was to improve the community consultation process so their values can be heard. And perhaps this motion should have gone in that, because that was the intent of that one. The intent of this one is around Aboriginal heritage assessment and consultation, which is a chapter required in the environmental impact assessment statement, rather. So I'm not in support of that motion.
Thank you. Was Councillor White spoken in replies? Councillor Butterfield, no one else can speak. Now we have to put the motion. So I'm going to ask for you to vote on this amendment that's before you. Is there any dissent on that? Okay. For all. So the casting vote is that we don't support the amendment. The simple reason the original notice of motion is not kind of supported by the fact we're now referring to residents, in my opinion. So we now go back to the original motion, which is points 1 and 2 that Councillor White had. We'll get that back on the screen soon.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Can I just ask a question?
Yes.
If that had got up, does that take place of Alex's original?
Yes, it now then becomes a motion. That's the procedure. So amendments voted in favour, it then becomes a motion, and then you debate that motion again, and then you vote on that motion a second time.
Can I just make a comment? I'm not allowed to, even though my amendment's just lost.
Councillor Patterson, I'll hear your comment.
My comment was, I'm looking to bring the whole of the community with us, and the whole of the community to be enlightened in the Aboriginal heritage, not just the Aboriginals heritage people that it's
Thank you for that comment, Councillor Patterson. We now have the motion before you. It's got points 1 and 2. And is there any debate on what the motion is before you? If not, I'll ask Councillor Wyatt to close debate on this motion.
Same statement as before. Is this was specifically around the legislative requirement under the for Aboriginal Heritage Assessment and Consultation. I acknowledge that Mr. Melov came and gave us a great presentation yet, so I've taken off all of the things that I originally put up because I think they have been addressed. But I would still like the record there to say that we acknowledge the information that he provided, and we acknowledge the concerns. I would actually like to maybe put back, such as the 19th of the 12th.
No, it's too late. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's right. Yeah. That's it. I'm closing debate.
Thank you very much. That's the end of the debate. We will now vote on the notice of motion before you with the 2 points on it. I'll ask, is there any dissent? 3 means 5 in favour. I declare it carried. We now move to the next item on the agenda, which is 11.4, notice of motion, Hathead Community Consultation. I'll ask Councillor White, will you be moving it?
Yes, please.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Bain. Councillor White, would you like to speak to your notice of motion, please?
Yes, so this is another motion that came out of community consultation process. So we had the community catch up at Hathead a few weeks ago, and Peter Hull, who was due to speak yesterday but got ill, couldn't come in to speak. But basically at the meeting, and there was Arthur, myself and Kerry, Councillor Reddington, sorry, and I'm not sure if you were. And they clearly talked about the fact that some of the issues that were raised there had been raised at previous community engagement forums, and I was actually at the previous engagement forum in another role, not in a councillor role, and I did feel the same, that it was the same issues that came up, and Peter Hull certainly raised the same issues that came up. The issue for Hathead is it is landlocked by state and local government, and land really doesn't know that it's on what tenure. We should be looking at a little bit of a zero tenure approach to this and get all the parties at the table to have a meaningful conversation so that the issues around the flood management, because council can't make those decisions around flood management without engaging with National Parks and Wildlife Service. So I'm just putting this motion up to advocate again for what the community said at that meeting, and there was on the table that I was at, all 5 of them said we want the state government at this table as well. Why aren't the state government here? So that's what this is about, is to invite the state government, land management agencies and local council to sit around a table to discuss the issues, to get the community to make their representations and to see if any of the ongoing issues can be progressed. I do have a little bit of insight, and I've heard these issues that were raised for 15 to 20 years as well. So I'm hoping that you support that. I do want to ask, can I ask a question now?
You can ask a question.
Okay.
Have you finished speaking?
I am curious, though. General Manager has provided a comment there that says that if we ask for this community catch-up meeting, why is this one any more expensive than a community catch-up for, say, another area? You said that 2 meetings will have to be cancelled in order to provide 1 meeting.
Mr. General Manager, please.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, Yeah, there's very clear reasons for that. One, there's actually a lot of work in actually liaising with the agencies. It also says to discuss with those agencies appropriate method and facilitation style. So we could end up with a totally different facilitation style and what's actually required in that. So there's a lot of more preparation work which needs to come from somewhere. So the best place for those to come from would be from the other community catch-ups. So to be clear to the councillors, should you adopt this, and it's fine for you to adopt this, 2 of the community catch-ups that you would conduct next year will go.
In the first,
Unless you resource it some other way.
would it be in the first half or the second half, Mr. General Manager?
It'll be sometime during next year, potentially through the first half. I'm not sure what then I've said that, and we haven't actually set the communities yet, but we've got to get the resources from somewhere to do this.
Okay, thank you, and that will be a decision of council today. So, Councillor White, do you have another question? Which you've finished
I'm obviously not in your seat, and I can't agree nor dispute that. But I do have experience in this space as well, and I know I think you've asked there, what other land management agencies would you involve? It would be the Department of Planning and the Environment. So it would be national parks plus Crown Lands. Two agencies which have quite a lot of resources, and they also have community engagement teams. And perhaps it's just getting. I'm hoping that you have some networks with you have contacts in these agencies. Just ring them up. Say, hey, can you attend a community engagement process? What might that look like? Again, I can't dispute the budget, but I would think that it's not that expensive to run a second one.
Mr. General Manager, do you have some more details on funding?
We considered this when it was actually received, and we've actually looked at this and discussed it internally about what resources would be held. Given the history of this, the complexity of this, Councillor Byatt's already said it's been going on for 15 years. This isn't just a normal consultation. It is about trying to get answers. We're asking to try and get decision makers there. The contacts we would have within the department are not the people high enough up the tree to be making those decisions. So trying to get those decision makers there will take extra effort and extra work to do that. And it's our considered opinion, with very, very extensive experience in this area within our consultation team, that we need to allow appropriate resources, which would see, we believe, 2 of the community catch-ups next year needing to be deferred to resource this.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Councillor Patterson and then Councillor Bain.
Sorry, I'm speaking against this one. In a holistic thing, I'm standing up for those communities that will miss out on those community catch-ups. Also, I'd like to appeal to Councillor White that they're not the only community that's landlocked. We've got South West Rocks that's going to be landlocked, and I would like to see a more holistic approach by council to a government agency to look at the reasons why there is some coastal communities in our shire that are landlocked, be it from being bordered by national parks or state forests, or be it restricted by this amount of sewerage works that are available, i.e. Stewart's Point issues. So I think we would have more chance of getting a state government agency representation if we ask them to look at our whole community that is suffering from those same issues. So I won't be supporting this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Bain, and then Councillor Saul.
I'm just thinking about, like I did ask the question earlier today about what's the resourcing around community engagements. I'll be interested to know, like, there must be, if there's a budgetary issue, there must be an idea about roughly what each community catch-up would cost. I heard, I acknowledge that the General Manager said these community catch-ups haven't yet been planned, and the cost of a community catch-up can vary quite significantly, I guess, depending on the number of people that. Are you guys right? Yep. Thank you. So the community catch-ups that are planned, like I've attended just about every community catch-up there's been, and some have been more expensive to deliver than others. Let's say, just questioning about the resourcing. And I think we need to really recognise the huge amount of work that the volunteers had the people that do June Care, the people that do the RFS that are preparing for, the flood impacts, all of those issues that came up at the community catch-up, that there is an amazingly strong community of volunteers at Hadhead that work incredibly hard to build that, and yet they're faced with things like the footbridge, which is inaccessible to anyone who's not quite physically fit. There's no access, so people have to walk along the road. And it's quite different from issues in Southwest Rocks or other communities, where that gap road, I think they call it, the bridge is inaccessible because of erosion. There's a lack of compliance in boating on where boats go up the river. These are not all council issues, but someone needs to drive change there. Maybe we need to look at the figures and see what needs to be given up in order to have it. But I'd like to see some estimates and some budget on that before we just say, well, Hadhead's not going to get another community consultation for 2 or 3 years. And, maybe that the response from the people at the community meeting was that they, in their perception, nothing has changed except for development of the caravan park, and they were indicated they were quite resentful about that.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. I'll ask again, I'll come back to you, Councillor Saul, but the General Manager has further advice on what he's heard. So, Mr. General Manager.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor. Firstly, council staff have no issues with undertaking this meeting. We understand the issues, we understand that, and we appreciate that. There's no concerns about that. All my comments relate to is about how to resource this. It is a considerable amount of work to start something from scratch. It's a different type of consultation. We need to negotiate that attendance with the agencies. We need to negotiate the agencies and the stakeholders' expectations. We need to find out clearly what those questions are and everything, and get to the levels in those government departments that are high enough for us to actually be inviting them in line with this request. So there is a considerable amount and body of work. The costs aren't in catering and hall hiring. The costs are actually in staff hours. That's where all the costs are in actually doing this. If council want to have a breakdown of that, you will need to defer this until the February meeting, when we would actually bring back a detailed costing. When I looked at this, and it was raised with me that I could quite legitimately defer it anyway to actually do that. But I thought, no, we'll put that up and get it up here and let council have a discussion and consideration about that. So if you want a detailed breakdown on that, then you will need to defer the matter.
I'm coming to Councillor Saul unless Councillor White wishes to move a procedural motion.
Yes, I will. Procedural motion?
Yes, that you defer?
No, I don't want to defer it.
No, okay, right, not deferring it.
An amendment to my.
Okay, well, I'm coming back to Councillor Saul then, who was next in line to speak. Thank you, Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, the General Manager's outlined that if we adopt this, that 2 other areas will be missing out on their
or deferred
approach. So, Mr. Mayor, your advice, please. Do I use a procedural motion, or do I shadow a motion that no action be taken? How do I do that?
No, well, at the moment, if you don't want this to happen, you vote against it. The only option to you is either move an amendment, or you can move a procedural motion that we defer it to the February Council meeting, which the General Manager has just outlined would give us more information on costing and resourcing. You've got those 2 choices. You don't have a choice to put it off. What would you like to do?
Just to clarify, if we defer till February, a report will come back on this issue. Is that correct, Mr. Mayor?
Well, that's what the General Manager has told us, yes.
What we would do is we'd bring back a report with the costings of running something like this. Part of the current recommendation is an appropriate method and facilitation style that manages community expectations. I think something as complex as what we're talking about here probably needs independent facilitation, and therefore what cost is involved in that.
And the second part of my question, Mr. General Manager, you obviously also outline if that were the case, what other areas we're missing out on consultation? I imagine that report too, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Look, we at the moment the possible schedule for next year is Stewart's Point, Fredericton, Bullawarrin, and Bellbrook. So it'd be two of those four.
We deferred.
I can imagine
that'd be pushed. Everything. What it means is everything gets pushed out. So yeah.
All right. Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Thank you, Councillor Saul. Councillor Butterfield, please.
Yeah, this might be either with Councillor White or Mr. General Manager. Just if this was to actually go ahead, with things I sort of brought up with Hathead, with the roads, access to the footbridge, and other things that has been left behind in the past, due with other like South West Rocks, Crescent Head, Back Beach, Delicate, all that. Would something like this going through, would that help get stuff like this done at Hathead? Because it has been left behind quite a bit. And just the other question, just about the community engagements, if this was to go ahead, are we looking at only just missing out on the Hathead community catch-ups, or is it all of them be wiped out?
Mr. General Manager, I would suspect that your answer will be the same as mine, but I'll look at
just the last point first. What would happen is that two of either Stewart's Point, Fredericton, Bullawarrin, or Bellbrook would go. They'd be pushed. They'd be pushed off. So instead of doing those four, next year we'd only do two of those. So those two communities would not have a community catch up. You'd have this in relation to the way this is worded. I think a lot of the land management issues were more around the creek and the sand dunes, the dunal systems, and those sorts of things, not really specifically about the road. So I wouldn't envisage this dealing with roads at this sort of meeting.
Yeah,
more about the land management issues.
Yeah, just for the road, I just meant that access down to the footbridge. That road, that was the only sort of road I was talking about. Yeah, anyway,
that may come into it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Butterfield. Councillor Bain, you have a question?
I have a question. I'm wondering if we can't find some middle ground to this. Like this, to me, on reflection and listening to what the general manager's told us, it looks like that maybe this is sort of like something to aim at down the track, but in the beginning, rather than getting the decision making people in and the looking at the facilitation style and the method, we could just get together with some of the key community members and key agency people. Doesn't have to be the senior management of those. Invite them to a meeting and sit down and talk about how can we start working together to find a solution. Get this workshop group to put together a plan, and then down the track look at how people can kick that up the chain within their own agency, so that we're looking at people that are it may be more achievable, because if we're starting to look at independent facilitation, that's we're looking at serious dollars. But if we're looking at a starting point, and I believe that the people in Hathead would be reasonably happy with a starting point if they felt that the agencies were actually communicating and starting to talk to each other, because their experience seems to be, and sorry, it is a question, can we explore that? It seems to me that the people at Hathead would be willing to, would appreciate the fact that if we could get Crown Lands, DPI, National Parks and Council and some community reps sitting down talking to each other, they would feel that they'd been heard and that was an opportunity to make progress. Wouldn't have to cost as much as this larger notice of motion. I'm just wondering what Councillor White thinks about that.
First of all, I'll ask the General Manager, is this a possible option that would be cheaper, Mr. General Manager?
It's really, anywhere you scale that down, then obviously it will be cheaper. We'll still need to look at the resources, and it will potentially, the area that will potentially come from will still be out of one of the community catch-ups. So it'll still have an impact on something like that, or some other community project, because that's where those resources come from.
I'm going to close.
Thank you. Councillor White, do you have a question?
Close debate.
Well, Any further debate?
Because I have an amendment. I've got an amendment to that, and then I'll close debate.
Right, well, first of all,
Lastly, Mr. Mayor.
you can't close debate until all amendments are dealt with, okay? So,
I thought you could. I thought I could any time say I close debate. That's certainly what the person in government.
I ask you to close debate when I see no more debate going on. That's how it works. Councillor Patterson, please.
Yeah, thank you. I want to acknowledge that I do support council supporting the issues that are at Hathead. I want to make sure that I get that across clearly. To do it in the right way, I mean, we need to have some consultation with, I suppose, fisheries and national parks, etc., about the combination of a lot of issues there, where the sand dunes and the water meet, where the creek has a few issues, whether the sewer system has got some issues and it can't get any bigger because they're landlocked or whatever. But I really think that this is something that I'm not willing to push the rest of the community backward to put this forward. I think if we do this in the right timeline, the right budget, and like the gentleman had just said before, something's got to move, something's got to go out. So can't we take this on notice and maybe put a few separate things to council in the future on these issues, like a separate thing about the sand dune management, a separate thing about the Crown lands and fisheries management, and possibly, I just don't think that that's fair on the rest of the community that we ask council to take away their workforce, and obviously the workforce means taking away from anywhere else to go towards this so holistically. I do support all these ideas and the issues that happen at Hathead. Hathead's a wonderful place, and if you talk to a few people about making the sewer system bigger so they can put more houses there, the majority of people say, "Don't you dare!" So it's a very complicated issue, and I look forward to working with the community of Hathead and the rest of the Kempsey Shire, sorry, to forward the future of all our beaches on our coast. So I'd like to get this right, and I won't be supporting this in its current form. So
thank you, Councillor Patterson. Councillor White, you wish to move an amendment. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
But I'll need some direction from that. I'm asking the General Manager and the Manager of Governance. Can you move amendment to our own motion? Okay, right. She doesn't need a seconder. No. Okay, thank you. So yes, you can move an amendment and it'll immediately added to your original motion.
Yeah,
thank you, Councillor Wyatt.
It's just wordsmithing, basically. So my intent for number 2, actually I'll start by saying, we're still new to this. It would be really nice in the future if something came up like this, you could flick it back to me and we can have a discussion about it, rather than me just going blind and saying, here it is, because my intent for number 2 was to get your equivalent out there, not the head, not the CEO of the agency. So I'll remove number 2. I will say that number 3, I will say that provides a brief to those agencies on the Hathead community have raised. My intent for that is just send them copies of the 2 community catch-ups that you've done before, which I think was 2015 or 17, and the one that we've just done. That's what I meant by a brief. So you can change that by saying that you provide copies of those outcomes for those 2 community catch-ups. And the fourth point was discuss with those agencies an appropriate method and facilitation style. Full stop. And my intent for that is that wasn't intended to be an independent facilitator. I know through in-house knowledge that those two government departments there, they have community facilitation staff, and you have community facilitation staff. So my intent there was get on the phone, have a discussion. What do you reckon? that was my intent for that. So I'm prepared to amend those. So leave number 1 in there and get rid of number 2. Number 3 is that council provide copies of the previous minutes or outcomes of the community catch-ups for Hat Head. And number 4 is that council and the state government agencies discuss an appropriate facilitation method.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. That's an amendment, and you're accepting it into there.
And I feel that takes out the heat that's going to cost a fortune, and that we've got to get the CEOs there.
Yeah. Right, thank you. Is there any further debate?
Could we get a response from the General Manager about that when Councillor White said that should take out some finance out?
Not all of it.
So the question from Councillor Patterson, Mr General Manager, will the finances resources for what is now proposed be less?
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor, it certainly reduces it, but there is still impacts on there. So we're still holding a joint meeting, which means a number of our staff will need to attend it. We do need to, we can't just simply send an email to the key people in the agencies that we have relationships with saying this is just a copy of that. We will have to outline that for them and provide a bit of context for them to actually understand what the request is. And then there is the cross-agency discussions about the method of facilitation. So there is still a lot of background work in doing this, and we haven't started to talk about then contacting the community groups associated with it as well to formulate the agenda and that. So you're still looking at a level of resourcing that's required that we currently don't have. And that's all this discussion is about. It's not about the merits of doing this. No one argues with the merits of doing it. It's just that resourcing it with the program of works that council has already set in the DPOP, you need to pull something out of that to actually fit this in. And at the moment, looking just at that, I would say then we'll be looking at, deferring at one of the community catch-ups to actually allow that to occur.
Okay. Thank you, Mr General Manager. Councillor Ring, I saw your light. Yes, thank you.
I have a question, Mr Mayor. I don't know who is going to answer this. Given that, just like wrapping my head around this, it feels like the premise of this is to push Haddad up the list of, I guess, in priorities. And I wondered if we had, in any of the issues that have been brought up or addressed, any scheduled defined time to actually address any of these in the future already. I guess in effort to we obviously know the issues are there given they've been raised in 2019, 2022, and I wondered if any of those issues had priority in upcoming work. I think that's my question. But given that it's agencies, maybe
that's very clear. Thank you, Councillor Ring. Is there something already in the pipeline to address the concerns of the Haddad community in the issues? And it's up to, I guess, Mr General Manager, can you enlighten us in any of them?
Yes, very much, Mayor. I can't give you any specifics of that. What we do, though, have, we've got the work being done on the Lower Macleay flood management strategy. We've got the coastal management strategies being done. There's a couple of other areas in that whole coastal waterways, estuaries that are actually being undertaken, which impact all of our coastal communities. So that work's actually being done strategically and step by step, and actions happening on those. Some of those actions include looking at levies, for example, and there's levies at Hat Head, so they may be included in that. We do have a review of things like our boat ramps and things like that, and where appropriate, our beach accesses and those sorts of things. So there is work built into our operational plan that deals with some of these things, and there's significant work being done strategically to look at the impacts of climate change, so potential sea level rise and those sorts of things on our coastal communities.
Thank you, Mr General Manager. Is there any further debate? If not, I'll be putting the motion after Councillor Wyatt closes debate.
Thank you. I just wanted to reiterate that this is in response to feedback that was provided at the last community catch-up. Hat Head has, the whole of the dunes is Crown land managed by a trust of volunteers. It is volunteers that provide that do the work on that beach access. Yeah, it's volunteers, and that's Crown Land Trust. Then you've got Crown Land vested in council responsibility around the sewer. And I'm not sure about the beach itself, but there's probably some intertitle there. And I think the dunes and the beach, correct me if I'm wrong, is probably Crown Land as well. Then you've got National Park around the edge, and it is all very compacted. In the community catch-up that we were given, the community were asked to provide their questions beforehand. There's 24 questions. 12 of those relate to things that are affected by the community, but is outside the responsibility of council. All they're asking for, and I'm asking for, is can the other players come to the table and can we discuss and can they get some progression? Otherwise, they feel that we'll come to the community catch up next time and exactly the same stuff will come up. The floods, the fire, roads cut, the levees, the floodgates, the beach access, the dunes, the weeds, exactly the same will come up again next time. So all they're asking for is can we get those players to the table? I understand what you're saying about that it will affect another community catch up. Yes, okay. Then the upside of that is and I ask the question then, is our engagement authentic? Because we've gone to the community twice, they've come back twice, they've still got the same issues, and and if we don't say, okay, we'll take up your issue, we'll get a meeting with the state government agencies, and if we don't, are we not being authentic? So I hope that we look at this and we support what the community have asked us to do.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. I'll now put the motion that's on your screen. Ask for any dissent. There are 5 dissenting. I rule that the motion is defeated. Thank you. We now move into confidential, and that involves clearing the public gallery. I thank you for your attendance today. Yes, we do need a mover. We're going to move a thank you, Councillor Ferguson. We move into confidential. We need a seconder. Councillor Ring, yes. You've seconded, we go into confidential. Thank you. Any dissent? We are in confidential.
In relation to the matters considered in closed session and those considered earlier as part of item 7, items passed by exception. In regards to item 12.1 legal matters, council resolved that council receive and note the report. In regards to item 12.2, Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee meeting minutes, 26th of October 2022, council resolved that council note the draft meeting minutes from the Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee, 26th of October 2022. In relation to item 12.3, tender for the design and construction of 3 bridges, Loftus Bridge, Thurgood's Bridge and Lees Drain Bridge, TQE 22/19, council resolved that council 1, accept the lump sum tender submitted by Casa Projects Proprietary Limited for a lump sum amount of $3,680,652,000 GST inclusive for TQE 22/19, design and construct 3 bridges in accordance with the tender documentation and the tender's submission, and 2, authorise the General Manager or their delegate to approve any necessary variations to the contract within the total project budget. And in relation to item 12.4...
point of order. Weren't we naming the bridges?
I did.
Oh, okay, can't. At the top, is it?
Yep.
Yes, of course, at the top. My apologies, Councillor, Mr. Thorogood. I missed the top bit.
And in relation to item 12.4, confidential mayoral minute general manager performance review, council resolved that council receives and notes the report and conducts a facilitated workshop in early 2023 to allow all councillors the opportunity to provide feedback and comments on the new council's progress, initiatives, services and priorities.
Thank you, Mr. Thorogood. And that is this is the last meeting of 2022. I wish all people here a great holiday, a Merry Christmas, and looking forward to more productive democracy in the operations of council and councillors' involvement. Thank you all and all the best. And I now declare the meeting closed